place at the time. If they had have gone down, they would have been out for sure. And just get back in, they have to go out and res themselves twice over at Northpad to get back into this game. And they fought Onyx to start with, and then Onyx again, who knocked them out on the way to their top of this elimination bracket round.
It's really tough, and you see Vex going down right there. But like real kicker here, and I know I brought it up a little bit earlier, Oxygen Esports been rather lackluster throughout group stages, coming into this game in 20th place. And Crook and Enemy alongside the IGL Hill completely start decimating this lobby. And if you remember in Split 1 Pro League, they were a primarily zone-heavy team, breaking out Hill on the Watson, and they just went full aggressive status. And we were just kind of sitting there hoping, would it be enough? And Rain Day,
it wasn't. And you know, I hate to say it, I mean, kind of letting the realism of what it means to hoist this trophy here on Sunday, it's not always going to go your way. And I was impressed with teams like Dreamfire. I was impressed with KCP. I was impressed with teams who did not have everything going in their favor and found a way to make it, even if it's by a point. And that to me is a quality that is going to determine who ends up winning this thing. But there's a lot of intricacies to these fights, and I also have to say a bigger picture story is South America. 4 of the 5 teams in this entire tournament have qualified.
So in Stockholm and Raleigh, we went through loser brackets. We farmed. We aren't really farming here, but we farmed in Raleigh and Stockholm, and like I think this was gonna boost our mental. Loser bracket 2, I think we're cooking. It's a slow roast. It's a slow roast, baby.
I love to hear it. Entertaining as always. Obviously, so much support from the fans. Do you have anybody here supporting you today? And let us know what all this support means to you.
Well, first of all, I want to shout out to the fans supporting. I wasn't sure how many fans we have here, but y'all are so vocal. I love you all. Thank you so much. And secondly, I got my dad and grandpa here. I don't see them right now, but they're here with jerseys on, saying Nasky Dad and Nasky Grandpa.
I absolutely love that. Okay, so then obviously all of the love to Nasky Dad and Nasky Grandpa. Congratulations one more time. Thank you so much for chatting with us. We're going to send it back on over to you at the desk to talk about it.
Wow, what a good interview. Thank you so much, Glitter, and congratulations once again, Nasky. That slow roast paying off, and I can't wait to see how you fare in Elimination Round 2. Maybe that roast will be ready by then, you know?
Some special ingredients coming up for the second losers round. I don't know. Yeah, look, they've. Let me just say though, the next elimination bracket is going to be a whole different beast. I mean, you know, we've got the winners bracket coming up, right? You've got to remember, you're getting 10 of those teams to play against. And
so much more action that is going to be underway today. You're right, winners bracket, rain day, those 10 teams moving on. But yeah, and then you have the elimination bracket round 2 a little bit later today. But thank you all so much for being here in support of all the teams that will be moving on. This weekend is not over, but we are going to take a quick break, swap out the teams on stage. Winners bracket coming up next. All around the world to unite here on this stage behind us, and I couldn't be more excited.
Invictus Gaming here with an opportunity to close this out. IG come out on top for game number 1. Elysium's gonna do it singularity. Here comes Noises. Oh my goodness! FC Destroy plays the knockdown shield perfectly. Here we go, we're dropping into Storm Point.
И он все время абсолютно не работал, да? Квадрат звука нет. Нормально. Учимся читать по губам. Ну, короче, вкратце, если сказать, что я там имел в виду. Что я говорил? Блядь, этот графон менять. Делаем так, еще перезайти надо будет. Удивлен, что крейзер-акуны вылетели. На вексидов пофиг. И хорошо, что будем смотреть сетку винеров. На лузеров не знаю. Может, на лузеров сделаю перерыв, а потом подрублю на финалы. Так. Performance on. Off. Так, Валькирию тут не надо. Сейчас перезайдем. Те не убрались. Микробаза, yes. Насчет Киша группой не интересовался, но был удивлен, что снимают фильм. Смотреть прям яркого желания нет. Я себе список добавил, где будут фильмы, которые посмотреть охота. Только что сделал. We want your opinion. Дайте Reddit. Opinion. Край света. Ой, да, край света через 2 минуты. Алим так и не вернули, да? Опа! А чё, у меня сервак опять в гав. Ну, я надеюсь, хотя бы не лагает. Стрим.
I'm not just about explosions. I also know about stuff. Like winning.
I've put the time in. I've earned my stripes.
Introducing your champion.
В плане Майк. Тут страны не представляют.
I'm the jump master. I'll cut us a path.
Самый херовый лендинг здесь.
Better find me before I find you. Here we go. Ready up.
Лево направо я не знаю, как фармить. Как раз не обойтись заново рассказываю. Ну вот обошлись. Еще будут ачивки, да? Рысактан. А потом Турик посмотрим.
Death is not on our path.
Турик 5.
Not yet.
6 раундов.
Remember,
Топ-8 где-то закончат. Лузера часов 9, так полагаю. И потом в час ночи финала, видимо. Гранд-финал завтра.
Introducing your champion.
I'm not a pawn. I'm here to break the game.
Лузера опять будут играть? Ну да.
enemy over. This is a bit LZ. Hit the jets. We're dropping hot.
Блять, сюда много упало. Без обид. Без обид и негатива.
You got bamboozled. Look at you.
Не дострел. Блин, я вот не знал, через сколько он выйдет. Я бы раньше зажал еще. Я люблю такое наблюдать. Любишь, когда детей пиздят? Осуждаю.
About, fellas. Let's bloody do this. Fate will be on our side, Fly Fighter.
Death is not on our path. Not yet.
Ох, ебись оно все в 3 прогиба.
Your champion.
Watch out or I'll grapple you. Literally.
Stay close. I'm the jump master.
В город, походу, многие, да?
Here we go. Ready up. You're in view of the enemy.
Охуенно вылетел. Следствие вели. А там тройка. Путук. Пушку не хочу прожимать, чтобы времени тратить просто. Тройку надо быстро защищать. Как мне кажется. Лол. Так чё, я не прав, что ли?
Be good sports and don't die too quick, eh?
Live today, die tomorrow. Better than the other way around.
With the right moves, they take this win.
This your champion.
I'm the jump master. This time. Dropping in, hang on.
Ебать! А как вам пофармить на 39 человек? Это сервачок. Вы сами-то Турик смотрите? Лаванда. Только узнал вообще о Турике. Тот момент, когда наши не играют. Да и всем пофиг. Да, Турик какой? Что? Апекс? По Валоранту? О, это падает за карту. Никнейм быстро. Блять. С ним 50, без него точнее 53 будет. Банана. 51. Я сейчас тоже ливаю. С таким успехом. Так, размялся, раскликался. И погнали дальше. Здорово, Рик. Новенький Рогер. Ну, типа того. Добро пожаловать. Ты с Украины? По сообщению видно просто. Чё с ним, не знаю, блять. Прикиньте, я на ютубе захожу в эти слова, которые требуют там апрува, чтобы они публиковались в комментариях. Там, блять, все просто в Шуре. Ты не знаешь, где Шура? А что сделала? Где Шура? Пиздец. Мне запреток столько не писали. Хотя это и нормально, в принципе. Зачем выходишь? Потому что челы на высадке 51. Я убиваю, там вообще 49. Мало типов. Куда он меня высадил? Блять. Я не понимаю, сколько складов.
Ты, как бы это помягче сказать, пиздишь.
Если опять сдохнет, то снова перезаходить будет. Ну, 53. Ливают или выходит. Ой, блядь. Елку когда снимешь? В прямом эфире! Когда всех заебало называется. Инсталляция елки. На жопу не смотрите. Лучше? Ебать, он охуеет, когда контейнер появится. Хоть кто-нибудь F написал в чат? Жопу заебись, суки. Самый экологичный вариант. С елочкой ничего страшного не случилось, не переживайте. Надо коробку, кстати, вспомнить, где она. Карманная елка. Делаем скриншоты и на OnlyFans, на сливы с OnlyFans, скорее.
Рейф, and we have a job to do.
Ух, думаешь, что в лобби способен с кулака убивать? Да, своих. Разве Мираж не фигня? Да.
Let's make a choice. Land here. Enemy over there. Target landed near me. Wrong choice. broken.
А там тиммейты были, да? Если он так вышел.
Every decision counts.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory. It smells kind of like...
Broken enemy shield. Enemy down. Reloading. Need to recharge my shields. Reloading. That was the last one.
А где я 2х увидел прицел?
Need to recharge my shields. Just using the Phoenix kit. Picked up some materials. Throwing Arc Star. Reloading. Enemy down. They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Reloading. Another enemy. Recharging my shield. Throw my grenade out.
Лаба съебалась.
Focus. Shield broken. Look at that grenade. Killed an enemy. Last member's down. One squad closer to winning. Recharging my shields.
Может, этот баннер заберет и резнет.
Recharging my shields.
Резнул.
Got some materials. Throwing thermite grenade. Throwing thermite grenade. Broken enemy shield. I downed an enemy.
Без обид и негатива.
One squad closer to winning.
Просто бизнес.
I think this place needs a little more speed. Shots fired, and they're hitting me. Giving my shield to recharge. Don't be afraid to look at your map. We're spread out a bit. Sending out my decoy.
Если на кандауне нет, тогда я зафейлил. Мне надо было тогда сюда выходить. Город приятней, а больше людей, скорее всего.
Recharging shield. Getting shot at.
Бражка, здорово. Это все кунай. Где мои? Может, к моим прилететь? Если файта рядом нет, тогда своим пойду. Тут заюзал. Надо, чтобы он резнулся желать. А, они внутри сидят. А, они на походу и резнутся.
Reloading. Enemy down. Broken enemy shield. Frag out. Recharging my shields. Broken enemy shield. Enemy down. Broken. That was the last one. Nice work. Half the squad remain.
Крылья были. Неплохо. Ты этим не хочешь помочь? У меня другая цель. Ого. А это что?
Reloading. I'm taking shots.
Гранат-то нет.
Reloading. Enemy down. Need to recharge my shields. Whole squad's down. We made the right choices.
Нейды нужнее. Как оказалось. Вообще это хреново, что не так далеко. Мне бы файты из зоны поймать. И с теми, кто файтится.
Broken enemy shield. Broken enemy shield. Recharging my shields. Enough. Reloading. 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 That was the last one. Nice work.
That was the meanest kill, Cuzzy.
Reloading.
Половина. Там, да. Ну, он мискликнул, наверное, бот.
Patching myself up.
На мышке Final Mouse, кстати, играю, медиум. Чешу. Не получилось. Бля. Get back. Let him rest. No, get back. Don't fight. Guys, go here. Use my TP. Я что-то не подумал, что может срезать. Enemies on me. Nice.
1 minute. Ring's pretty close.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Я в ТП не успел. Это интересно, куда они уйдут?
Recharging my shields.
Get back, go zone. Ласт отряд остался. Здорово, лайфкер. Он только одного резнул. А, это скорее всего там уже. I think last squad playing inside. Ну что, тут боссы, которые ты ничего в прошлый раз. Представь, проиграешь. Ну, в целом, я в плюсе все равно. А, окей.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left. We're getting hit over here.
Take the damage.
Recharging my
Get back. Ясно, довел. Блять, тут дверь закрыта. Я в ахуе. Ладно, я хоть понял, где он. Ну, не получилось. Сколько там? 30 сделать, да? Они по итогу их забрали.
You are the Apex champions.
Сильно, конечно. А, сам же дверь закрыл. Но я надеялся, что там выбьют, не выбьют. Там же ульта была этой подруги. А, 27 вообще? Окей. Да, в принципе, тоже пойдет. В целом катка динамичная. Интересно, они на счет смотрят, что так долго? Андрек Халифа. Интересный никнейм. Ставьте лайки, комментируйте, делитесь. Хотя не обязательно с друзьями делиться. Ну, кому как удобнее. Ну, в общем, кому надо вот это вот и вот это вот, пишите в личку в ВК, Дискорде. Пока что лавочка открыта. Спасибо за просмотр. Приходите на стримы, ссылочки в описании, кто на Твиче смотрит. И на YouTube подписывайтесь, кто будет на YouTube смотреть. На YouTube также и видосы, не только стримы. Буду рад видеть новые лица. А мы погнали на Октана еще делать. Так. Так, у тебя рыса была. Рысу. Так. Где Октан? Рыса видели, как лагала еще? Я идеально, короче, пошел в одну... Ну, передо мной вижу дверь заблочена, я обошел с другой стороны, где тоже заблочено. Хотя нет, стоп, там открыто было. Я рысу просто... Я ж сам закрыл дверь, точнее. А, я закрыл почему? Потому что меня в ухо настрелял. Так, стоп, а тут я не настраивал ни хрена. Это тоже перезаходить надо будет. Так, ну походу для меня наиболее оптимальные настройки это 106 фов и 64 сенса. Так, обилка. Кап. Банку. Tactical Remote Ping. Так, ну вроде все правильно. Так, 106. Enable. Minimal Disable. Команда Sense. Зачем делать команду DPI, если можно в сенсе все написать? qadRaT, здорово. «25 убийств, серьезно? Ну, блоби. Тут игроки средние, ниже среднего. В основном нубики, но иногда нормальные попадаются, кстати. В этой катке повезло. Тут по большей части слабые игроки были. Чё, опять сейчас будем щупать более удобную высадку? На Октане может быстрее получится, больше. Ты чего перезаходишь? Чтобы тени вырубились. Я же видео настройки меняю, и тени врубаются. Чтобы они опять выключились, я перезахожу. У меня же конфиг на тени стоит. В чем смысл, чтобы те, кто-то выбивал эти значки, ты же сам будешь знать, что это фикция. Но какая разница? Он у тебя на аккаунте есть? Есть. Других парит. Ровно как и с рангом. Хочется повыше, когда сам не можешь. Ну это из разряда, знаешь, год. Тебе подарили дорогую тачку, на которую ты бы не накопил в жизни никогда. Хотя немного не то, значки это же статистика. Типа. Но с другой стороны, это и украшение. Так. Блин, может на скайхуке как корабль будет опять упасть? Со скайхука прям вообще шикарно получается все. А, у меня БХ вообще куда? Куда фармить? Кстати, а на Вигман есть он? Я Вигман не буду юзать. Так, ладно, 99-е. Без негатива. Я пока что поставлю более удобный скин. Так, и 301-ю заменить. Латка. Да ладно, у тебя нет от сезона? Лучка. Боевой пропуск нет. Ладно, что, нет, с цепями то есть лишние текстуры. Ой-ой. Кости. Во. Так, в темноте светится. Слушай, а где Шурик? Там. Если проводишь аналогию с тачкой, я же сказал, что это уже некорректно. Потому что значок это часть стата, но если как предмет роскоши для украшения, тогда то же самое, как с тачкой. А если как предмет достижения? Ну да. Не сделал, но нравится, что есть значок. Мол, мне кажется, большинство людей не ебет вообще. Сами сделали, не сами. Главное, что в игре есть. Кто-то себе ставит цель, прям вот выдрочиться поставить. С другой стороны, я также не считаю, что 20 киллов это прям охуеть круто, ибо если в обычном режиме, то это большое везение. Блять, высадка говно. Не, скайхук реально самый удобный, мне кажется. Скайхук очень много падает, а потом ты собираешь всех остальных. Здорово. Прям вот если с него корабль будет лететь, вообще кайф. Мне кажется, может даже соло. Меня ж прошлые не поднимали. Ну да, я прям в соло бегал. Нуб. Классно. Аркош, ты всегда вот негатив подмечаешь, да? Который нас затупил, 2 раза одно и то же отправил. Да ладно. Это из разряда читерства, ты покупаешь олимпийскую медаль, говоришь, победил, достиг. Ну, купил диплом. В этом плане тоже, да? Вот анлока, да? А ты не с 3-го сезона играешь? Ладно, перевыполнил. Кому-то хочется, почему нет? Ну, в целом, вообще стоит осуждать. Но с другой стороны, например, вот даже вот про... Ну, не про... Там всяких ёбрей, грубо говоря, возьмем того же... Какого? Эйсу. Где дохуя киллов, у него также плюс-минус в нублобе. Ну, против слабых игроков. Потому что он падает, получает пизды, падает, получает пизды. И в итоге со временем ему слабее противников закидывает. И на них он также делает дохрена киллов. Это элементарная логика. А, бери, солнышко. Охуенно. Здравствуйте. Эй, суббот ебаный. Ну я бы не сказал. С моментом нормально у него все. Ты просто так говоришь, потому что человек перехайплен, грубо говоря. Наподобие него есть много хороших игроков. И еще лучше, чем он. Я отчасти понимаю Шуру, почему он говорил... Точнее, почему у него жопа пригорала, когда ему примеры там этого... Эйсу ставили, на стримах говорили. Вот ты не можешь, а Эйсу... И такой, ёпаный. Нахуй вы вообще это говорите вот отчасти? Типа, ну, вы пришли к другому человеку. Типа с такой же... Ну, с таким же успехом можно привести ассоциацию... Вы работаете вот на одной работе, получаете зарплату, а есть люди, которые, блядь, гораздо успешнее, чем вы. И больше за жизнь добьются, получат и так далее. Какая-то ебучая привычка у людей вот постоянно вот в негатив уходить и с него начинать. А ты, а я. Никого, да? Ёп. Это город будет. Я так высадился, походу. Ну нет, ну... Блять, как я так упал там, нахуй? А, да? Там, блядь, еще один. Бодипозитив. Игнорять. Лагающий чел. Здрасте. Ты урона? Вы так лагаете? Ебать лагает у меня. Походу у него тоже. Как мне это играть? Есть еще ганы, пожалуйста. А не ганы, лайты. Почему меня еще каустики одни окружают? Фил. Я думаю, чё я не слышу нифига. Я думал, он ушел, батут дал. А он так хитро решил поступить. Такой по счету переезд в плане. Если все за жизнь считать, надо время как бы. За границу первый. А вот вот мага не будет, да? The Heavy Mag. Пойдет. Так, сейчас главное не олынить, аккуратненько, уверенно. Ого, фиол, уверенно. Do you enjoy my playstyle? Ваших банок мало. Мне 2х не хватает, 24 прям шикарно подошел. Я банки поставлю, кстати. В всякий случай все-таки. Мне в Тану надо идти с Харвестер, если пойдут. Сифона, Харвестер. И там стычки могут быть еще. Блин, а вот и стычки. Могу не успеть. Бля, там еще и каустик. Что, батут ждать, этот кран тейкать? Один упал. Давай, рез. Блять, еще сквад, ну. Вас только не хватало. Или БХ ушел. Что происходит? Кладу. Успел. Притык прям. Да, 20-ка. Вот видите, в прошлой почти 30. Тут 20 еле-еле. Как повезет. О, цел удобно еще. Офигеть, я не видел, что БХ так свалил. Я думаю, их двое внутри до сих пор. Сейчас там смотрю, снизу чел стреляет. Думаю, еще пластовый спад решил. Зачем гранат? Заполняю рюкзак по мере возможности. Ебать, да чего так больно? Геймпад, что ли? Он пиздец урона дает. От глича, я в шоке. Проблемные ребята. Да возьми ты ему. А ресалки тут нет, что ли? Она в крафте. Ну ладно. Эдик. Ну, банга лютая прям. Бешеная. Чел молодец. Ой. Ну, на рису можно, думаю, залить на Октана, что-то особо такое. Вначале проблемки в доме были, но на рейсе более смотрибельная катуля. Так, по поводу, кстати, рысы. Где она? Где зайенька, солнышко? Так, священное снятие. О, кстати, я как елку снял. Сразу пошло, заметили? Ладно, это не в елке, конечно, дело. А может, в елке. Там кто-то закинулся? Я не верю. Рейса. 7. Для вас. Создать. Да.
We haven't had the best group stages, but look what's happened to us. We've been contested, and we're just not playing our game entirely. But we know what we have, we know what we're capable of. And then he went on to put on an insane performance, placing top 3 in a very stacked group lobby. And
wait, is Mandy a sub right now, or is he playing with them?
What? That Yuki put on for his hometown crowd here, the British boy. He knows. He's soaking it all in. It's at all fault.
В конце сообщения Гетбанд. Да, я вижу. Таран. Таран. Че, две какие-то ачивки поверх. Классный причесон. В таком скине у крипта. Ладно, я думаю, ему самому будет приятно поставить значки. Ранкеди жестко трахнул, отлетел как груша. И... Поздравляю, рад, что ты получил удовольствие в этой жизни хоть от чего-то. Андрей, Рейф или Октейн? Ну, у меня рейсовый Октан заказали. Так что да. Сколько там до Турика? А, не показывают сейчас интервью. TSM и Energy.
What's the best quality? Like you've been yelling this whole interview. Which of you is best at rock, paper, scissors? Wow.
It's kind of the epitome of Apex.
Yeah. He's a cheater.
Do you want me to ask him to leave? Yeah. How would you rate Hal's haircut?
Блин, вот это прикольно, кстати.
I like it better when he's fully shaven.
Wow.
Okay.
This is a very important kind of discussion we've had today. So I want to give you some final thoughts.
Thank you.
Hal. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts?
Give each other a high five.
No.
It's part of the show.
So?
It's big. It's a clip. You like, touch knees or something. Well. All right. Well, we've covered some important ground today. And,
А в самого в горле. Впихнул.
very soon. I guess like.
Yeah. No.
All right. Well, we'll be right back.
Wow, I mean, that was truly an award-winning piece of journalism right there, Evan. One of the best interviews
Они уже расселись.
in terms of the ability to get deep into top.
Hot pocket.
That was the best thing I've seen for a long time.
Ну, это реально топово. Это было круто. Так, ну я полагаю, мы ничего не начнем. Не успеем, так что будем смотреть. Так, оп, музло оставляем и наслаждаемся турниром. Так, центр управления. Ой. Так, за кем в центре будем смотреть, кстати? О! Извините, кого напугал. О чем шла речь вообще? Ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой. А, это я понял. Дефолтные баги мои. Так, хотя иксетов можно оставить. Нарсы тоже. Но... А, ладно, я сначала посмотрю вообще, кто есть. ТСМ. О, фанатик. Парижский альянс, Энерджи. играть. Zero fun.
I mean, look, it's going to be really great. We are going to be starting off on World's Edge, the ever
О.
familiar. We're going to go 3 matches here, as always.
И пока что карту, пускай так. Край света. Первая картка в сетке винеров. Погнали. Первый матч. Вроде как. Не, по идее первый, да. Дропсы дают? Но. На моем канале дропсы дают. Дропается хорошее настроение, позитив. А, за кошерой можно еще глянуть, кстати. В Латвии украли деньги, которые выделили для строительства забора на границе с Беларусью. Я не верю. Да. Коррупция только в России. Он боком сидит, что ли? Вот так играет? Он, наверное, лежит там даже. Ты в Латвии живешь? Масон, где деньги? Почему без сапки? Охуел? Калитку от забора подрезал, небось. Тоже в плюсе, так вот, в процентах. Латыши постоянно пиздят бюджет. В плане латыши. Ну, работяги ты имеешь в виду? Или госслужащие? Ну, власть пиздит деньги у простых смертных. Когда коррупция, ну, это народ обдирают. Проценты-то с народа идут в казну. Из казны спиздили себе в карман. Госслужащие? А, ну все, народ обдирает. Охуенно. Это Европа. Когда люди проснутся и поймут, что просто во всем мире пора что-то подобное может происходить. Где-то лучше, где-то хуже. Но в целом... Я сегодня смотрел видос в рекомендациях, мне появился. Особо ничего тут пока что нет, но я должен это показать. История. Сука. Слова про Турцию.
Не, более-менее.
Ну я за эти не ручаюсь, эти я не пробовал.
Год назад.
Что хочется сказать по местному колориту? Везде, даже не через одного, наверное, каждый пытается наебать вообще.
Пару слов о Турции. Сука, все говорят. Все. Если в каких-то странах государство наебывает людей, то в Турции наебывают всех. И все. Но у меня еще есть вера в хороших людей. Не, хорошие люди в любом случае есть. Потому что когда я проебал ВНЖ, мне человек написал в ВК, русский, сказал, что вот у этого чела, дал телефон, у него твой ВНЖ. И передал мне. Чел владелец клуба футбольного. Или стадиона. Ну, в общем. Не знаю, может как-нибудь съезжу, поблагодарю копеечкой. Хоть и лишних копеечек нет. Были б лишние, я бы не занимался 20 килами, 4К уронами. Ой, ладно, смотрим. Эксет на краю зоны. И 6 также еще крафтятся. Тычки могут если. Кто там? Карки. Фанатики. Ротейтис. Кстати, за фанатики можно посмотреть. Пожалуйста. Я что вижу особо нет. 600 зрителей. Сколько за ТСМами следят? Ну-ка. 3000. 600.
What's offenses up here? Yeah, that's them, I think. They're just rotating. There's such a bad force in front.
Ну и за ними тоже посмотреть, за геймпадерами. Ну, файтов нет особо и не будет, я думаю. Хотя Сифон там что-то кусается. Зона на купол сводится. Погодите, секунду. Фанатики на фоне еще. О, вот так сделано. О, тут что-то на маунт. Тычка собирается. Зейна покажите. Зейн же развалил тогда 2 сквада в соло. Если не ошибаюсь. С этой зоны еще рано. В целом, да, но двое уже откисли. Это контест, наверное, был. Это кастомка? Да, моя. qadRaT. Самых известных титулованных игроков позвал. Ну, кроме русского региона.
A little bit slower, they have been the ones who've been consistently putting points on the board, and that's how they've found their way into the winner's bracket. So, no surprise that that is the way this first game is playing out. But all that means is action's going to be even thicker and faster when it does finally come through in the next couple of circles.
The 103's on your screen, Scurry on the Loba. That's gonna come in so clutch when all this action starts.
Почему кроме русского? Потому что визы не получили, пацаны. И бобры с Авророй не смогли попасть на турнир, к сожалению. Визу долго делали.
So I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table here. And we also have Space Station in the lobby. They had a really great article come about them recently. It's their last dance. Frex themselves said we've won and lost together. It's emotional, but it's still not over. So they're still alive and well, trying to make it through this.
Это самая пиздатая реликвия. Та, которая тебе нравится.
We've got E6 on the core stick, and while you're talking about that, Tiff, I was just having a look around. We actually have 3 core stick teams in the lobby. This one is the most throwback, right? This is the tried and true Gibraltar and core stick.
Ален в Латвии это не гражданин?
Unfortunately have just run into E6 in the zone. They thought, hey, maybe we'll be safe over here, being able to get a res nice and early. Second circle won't be too
типа не резидент с ВНЖ? Из ситуации в мире, скорее всего. Нет, там по времени не успевали. И мы типа до сих пор еще одобряют, не одобряют визу. В целом с визами проблемы были. И до войны. Американцам заебись быть. В Америке влияние по всему миру расшарено, на Европу особенно. Визы вообще нехуй делать, получать. Даже не визы, а у них, по-моему, что-то другое. Без прав? В плане, законодательно ты не защищен, что ли? Что за бред? Иностранец не может полицию обратиться, что ли? На него могут бол положить. Чего бы им не получать? Ну, в целом, да.
As these teams are making it in, you've got to make sure that you are going into endgame with a multitude of grenades, a lot of ammo, because the fact is none of these teams have actually been able to really fight aside from E6 and a couple of teams picking apart the guard. And if you're already a rat with 20 teams to, like up, that is not the ideal situation.
Чего хуйню спиздел, забей. Мне тоже что-то не особо верится. Там к людям приезжим как говно относятся. Уже из разряда, что утрируешь. А кто шарит во время советских времен производства машиностроения? В Латвии или в Литве было? Концентрировано. В Латвии? Значит, скорее всего, в Латвию гонял. Я никогда не запомню Латвию и Литву, вот эту разницу. Я буду путать. Куда отчим ездил. Помню сладости, привозил, которых не было тут.
And of course, TSM on top of the leaderboard as well as being on top of the overall team kill leaderboard with 87 as a squad.
on your screen. They've already found one elimination. I believe that was earlier on. We saw the guards start getting picked apart, but finally we're about to have some action as Xset, you know, they started off the group stages so strong with back-to-back wins in their first matchup, facing off against Dark Zero, but you don't want to go out here, and with so many teams congested, they will start picking you apart. A lot of these teams are starting to pick up those snipers.
Про качество жизни, Доня.
That way and find a lot of damage, and Xset right now just kind of taking it.
Time is running out and room is running out for these teams.
Хотя я чаще думаю про Латвию. Когда речь о перегоне машин заходила. Так, что у нас? 20 складов до сих пор. Ах, ничего себе, фанатики отжали, кстати. Фейса. А, не пушить будут. Последний остается. Качество подкрути мне. О, профессиональная разминка рук для геймпада в виде анимации персонажа. Если там сир есть, ну там есть сир, да. Тут сдавали все. Его должны найти. Ну чё? Ну чё, закроешь фулл сквад опять? Опять слайд. Как-то он не слайдит толком. Пизда. Лип.
Nice try, nice try. My bad, girls.
А их двое осталось?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's better just to go inside the building. Like, we're gonna get...
Кстати, если дуос, то могли бы. Так, фанатик ротейтится. Я не верю, часы на лане. Бля, это серьезно? Это не шутка? Проблемы с серваком на лане? Или это просто спектатор мод? Да хотя спектатор мод тоже не должен лагать. Потому что он также с лана должен запускаться. А с другой стороны... Часы вообще не пропадают. Я, скорее всего, вряд ли. Там элементы Space Nation уже откисают. Пока что они черят, думаю, можно на основную трансу глянуть. Больше экшена. И Спорс элемент забирает. Ой. Есть сейф? Пан сейчас запушит фулл.
Do fun stop and loot, or do they keep going and keep the pressure on to ESA? You know that they're still popping bats and med kits at this point.
Вот бы 2х на такую дистанцию.
Will they get away with it? Really? Honestly, no. Well, they don't because they run straight into Alliance, unfortunately.
Не дали резнуть. Отжали поинт. Они ж не дали резнуть.
That was something that a lot of the teams were talking about. You heard Nasky say himself, a lot of the
times
that they were looking to take those kills kept getting yoinked, and it's very tough, but 100 Thieves finally getting...
Так, еще фанатик собирается делать по зоне. Уже зона сейчас пойдет. Они улетают. Эти просто ротейтятся на ноге. Вот друг другу помогали, считайте. 1 или 2 тика от зоны поймали. Но зоны нет. Ни за, ни внутри. Они пофайтиться хотят. Ой, LG еще воришки в спине. Сейчас будет подсасывать. На мнешке могут играть? Да, могут. У них Мацу откис. Юка живет. Блядь, такая неудачная позиция. Блин, их закроют. Если они не уйдут, сейчас Energy закроют. И Фенакс сейчас тоже откиснут. От зоны. Мелт нокается. Успевает? Не, Юку тоже убили. Фаны стоят самыми дерутся. Рефс получает, но 2 нока есть.
Minimal damage. We know how the CEO is ready and waiting. They started in losers brackets at champs and they barely made it to finals. This is their start to redemption.
We're just seeing how strong these teams are at defending positions that they've taken early. Strong positions. Almost every single team that tried to rotate into Dome went into the KP of the teams that were holding it down. If you don't read these circles correctly, Tim, if you don't plan your rotations perfectly, they are going to punish you. These are the best teams in Apex Legends.
And I think that's where, like Raven, adding a coach or an analyst to your team, you get a plan for everything. But let's go ahead and jump on, listen in with NRG as they hit the skyward dive.
Remember that spot?
Well, the
they're getting beamed up here. We're landing on the opposite one, and we're gonna front. Look across.
They're nading us. I'm
back up one layer. Back up one layer.
Yep, back up one layer.
Across. Kill one across. Get to the middle again. Get to the middle again.
I'm dead. I have knock. Just shoot across. Shoot across.
They're dead across.
No, they're not all dead. They're not all dead yet.
I flew across. They're not up here.
Just chill. Gil can res me in a set.
Well, I came over to that.
No, it's fine. We're safer on this side right now.
Just come back with
I died from behind. Alright, you're fine, Guild, on me. You're fine on me. They're not playing that route.
No, Gil, you should come back. You need to come back to, or you can maybe.
He doesn't have bracelet. He should play to res. He should try to res. They're missing their up downs. Break these drones, Guild, and just play slow and heal.
I will.
We're top 5 right now.
He's gonna fly on me.
Play my knock. Guild, you are pissed.
I'm trying to right now.
And if they fly up when you're resing me, you're immediately going off. They're missing their nades. Probably do it now. You have gold knock too.
Голдрес есть, отлично, ресет будет. И браслет давай на нее.
Alliance was the other team that was across from them. For them to pressure them off in that situation was honestly incredible. I mean, the Rampage, the DPS...
Дают? Да, дают ресет. Отличный ресет у Energy. Еще и маленькими банками моментально захиливают. Катушку вот, правда, хз куда ставить. Вот надо было, да, чуть-чуть. Чуть-чуть ближе к левой стороне. Прямо проблема. Сейчас могут нокнуть. Скидывать, минус. Ну, Свита еще накидали с другого отряда, он не смог добить. Вот бы Фаер. Фаер кидай. ТСМов закрыли. Уливерексы будут в зоне, не?
at some point, you can see both teams using their utility. Smoke canisters go down, focus of attention coming out.
А чё с крышей вообще?
And just trying to make sure that both of these teams are going to be able to pop out at the right time.
Да ладно, я таймера просто не вижу. И непонятно, смогут они там стоять или нет. Не, не смогут. А, это последние. Захилься нафиг. Эхо минусует, энергию живут. Ульверекс, скорее всего, выиграют. Да. Нинджитсу Сора, Ламзис, мышка. А у того геймпад, что ли? Да.
Showing their presence and just bided their time. You were talking about EXO, they're like, they know how to play this zone, but the fact that Pulverex just outplayed them a little bit, I'm respectable.
Yeah, it was a fantastic end zone there from Pulverex, NRG. We really loved how they Valcored into that final circle and made it work. Didn't quite get the win, but they will have chalked up a significant amount of points.
Well, hey, that's the way to start off the day, especially in Winners Bracket, and we want to make it to tomorrow, and I'm curious how you feel down on the desk ball. I need to hear those thoughts.
Well, look, yeah, you can hear my thoughts. You guys hear me talk all the time. It's, you know, at this point been too much. How about Monsoon, everybody, on the desk for the very first time? Oh. It is an honor to be joined alongside one of the most brilliant analytical minds in Apex Legends, Monsoon, of course, alongside Glitter Explosion and Rain Day, the best in the business here on the desk. And yeah, what a game number one right there. Glitter, Rain Day, I want to hear your thoughts. First things first, give us a quick intro for those that don't know who you are, Monsoon.
Oh yeah, my name is Monsoon. I compete for Team Complexity. We unfortunately didn't make it to this event, but, you know, it's still dope to be here and honored to be on the desk with you guys as well. So super excited to watch these games with you.
So glad you're joining us, man. Thanks so much for doing that. Rain Day, Glitter, what a game number one. Pulverex, the team that barely snuck in 20th place, the team of two that ratted their way to a performance in champs, Rain Day.
I just Fight-Chan's grin, his smile in the middle of that team, it just gives me happiness. And part of it is that Pulverex specifically plays zone better, I think, than any other team in this lobby. The reason being, they barely have any kill points. They've barely killed him. That might have been their first kills in this entire tournament. That's how good they are and how
Сабуров тащит.
I think Glitter, that goes to show that when
Сзади тренер сидит, да.
to third party and finish off a game, they're going to be in a great position, I think, to threaten winning one of these games.
I am glad that you said that, because we've been talking about Pulverex behind the scenes for days.
Первая игра закончилась, Pulverex, первая 17, Energy, Ascend.
And I have said on the shuttles home at
Фнатики 3 очка с одним киллом
that
полутали.
they are capable of some very, very solid aggression, that they have so much talent on that team. They need to stop being comfortable with their trio.
Иксеты, которые хорошо играли в своей группе первый день. Первый матч не пошел. Ну, здесь кто-то должен ведь находиться, правильно?
Starting off strong, and this is momentum, and momentum is extremely important in this game. So we're going to see how they carry it. That's for sure.
I love it. Let's break that down a little bit. Let's get a little deeper. And by the way, Glitter, I called you Glitter Stradamus, aka Nostradamus yesterday. You keep calling things this weekend. She's been hyping up Pulverex. We saw F-Chan in the lobby.
Наваливает парень.
The flex, on our way to the gym. Yes, we went to the gym with, you know, after a 12-hour day. But Monsoon, more importantly, you started to talk about the late game there. And Pulverex was sharing a building with EXO. It didn't seem like they necessarily had win condition. I mean, Energy on top and Ascend alone with a Watson very passive comp. How did they come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, Ascend was looking the best there. Energy able to stabilize on top silos and top 4 after wiping TSM on the side of the building was extremely crucial. They recognized that they had to drop down and hold Ascend in the doorway, but Ascend ended up sweeping out and fighting them immediately. And of course, EXO can go both ways, but because their health pool was about 300, they decided to try and just fight them on the right energy, unfortunately. But Pulverex was able to take the space on the bridge, reset with full HP while the 3 teams fought, and they were able to clean it up pretty well on the side. So that's massive for them. That's for sure.
Love it. And one last question, then I want to break down the kind of greater macro with these two as well. We were kind of fake or mock casting Monsoon, and we were talking about how NRG should take the building where Ascend is, because that's where the less crowded building is. Do you think NRG should have maybe dropped on the right side instead of the left side there?
Well, I think it's hard to tell at the end of the day. It really depends on what the teams do. I think that their initial play of dropping to hold Ascend in the doorway is pretty smart, knowing that EXO...
Призовой, да, как обычно, миллион. На всех ланах один и тот же призовой.
There's really much they can do except clean wipe that team and instantly turn around and fight EXO on 300 health. Definitely not impossible, but difficult. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, regardless, NRG dominated this game. Right? Walk through some of the highlights here. NRG with a high kill game.
I mean, every single team here can threaten to win, but it comes down to who's going to do it early and I think get off to a good jump. NRG, that is the perfect start for them. TSM notably right behind them as well, but you can tell that Gilderson was ready to play, locked in, picks up Sweet at the very end of things also. 100 Thieves going with the Loba yet again, and TSM kind of building that zone pressure. They've had a nice mix. Used to live
ребят, с днем рождения, кстати.
a little more aggressive, but having the high ground here is so good. Another Loba team almost getting it done. It just ended up being, I think, in terms of NRG's position, not the best one coming out trying to face Ascend, who ended up pushing them behind the boxes in that final zone.
Yeah, and you can see it right here. It was all about timing, right? NRG just happened to be the first one down there, dead center, and so many teams tried to take that opportunity to get those points. And like we heard, you know, Genome and Tiff saying, Pulverex just managed to kind of stay away from all that action completely unnoticed and waited for the opportunity to clean up the win. I mean, talk about a way to start off the winner's bracket.
Ими в какой команде? В команде зрителей. В моей.
Pulverex on top, 17-point game, only 5 kills. Obviously, you're used to seeing that in the higher range for some of our first-place teams, but that's Pulverex's playstyle. Same with Ascend, early rotate. Meanwhile, opposite playstyle, well, NRG with 16, that'll put them in 3rd place. But yeah, Pulverex, Ascend, very early rotate and passive playstyle. Have you noticed that throughout the competition?
Oh yeah, of course. Ever since Champs, you know, they've been a dominant team on their rotations, which has been really impressive to see, especially in you know, a diverse lobby with all the regions and stuff on LAN. And it seems to be working out pretty well, so I'm excited to see how it further develops.
Well played from the Pulverex and Ascend squads. Look, a lot to talk about here, but don't worry, this is just the beginning. We're going to keep Monsoon on air throughout the entirety of this segment, continue to get his thoughts. And again, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Glitter, Rain Day, crushed it as always. We're going to take a very quick break, and a round of applause comes out for Monsoon here. We'll be right back with game number 2. Spider, Tiff, and Genome to call the action right after this.
Я думал, справа чел средний палец показывает вообще.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. It is match number 2 about to be underway. Pulverex taking that win in map number 1. But I cannot believe it. So many teams trying to make a run for it. I mean, we didn't even really get to talk about Ascend. They came out of map number 1 with 14 points, and it was so good to kind of hear that zone broken down by Monsoon from
Турик, уже поздно.
barely missed qualification here for playoffs. So I'm glad to see him on the desk and get some love.
Yeah, plenty of great insights from him there. And yeah, looking at that last zone, I think that just says this is going to be a very different ball game.
I mean, not even just the final zone.
Ну, потому что там это, сначала промокаешь, потом ветер.
Changing up their gameplay styles, because obviously, I mean, we had been watching scrims for at least 3 weeks leading up into this moment, and it was just chaotic as teams were looking to claim their drop stop POIs. But we get to land, and of course, things are different because there is so much at stake here, and our team.
Надо в магаз, кстати, ходить после того, как закончится эта сетка. Надо точно уфнуть и приготовить супчик куриный.
Tougher from them. They're certainly a team that we were not expecting this much for. At least I certainly wasn't. I think Fallout actually gave them a good shout out earlier on in the tournament. But it's a different ballgame, as we said. So, you know, can Jailings also perform at that level in that manner when everything changes so much like we're seeing here in the winners bracket, and no doubt, Tiff, that we will also see tomorrow in match point format.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, I talked to the coach of Jailings. They were talking about how those boys didn't really have any practice leading up to this. I believe Zane said it himself, but Zane very new to competitive here, so getting this experience, getting signed to an org, like all of that, you are moving in the right directions. And so far, with all those 3 teams deciding to still go up to the Skyhook Trials area, you can also look down to Fragment, ESA, E36, and Moist. They are still coexisting, just trying to find their favored weapons before they int into each other.
Imagine being very new to competitive and being second on the kill leaderboard. All right, Zane. Okay, Mr. Prodigy, doing pretty well there. Newly signed. I'm sure he's going to be very happy about that. This, of course, is our Game 1 winners, Pulverex. Little sneaky move out to the side there, netted them that victory. I mean, it was kind of that, but it was also kind of NRG, right? Because the 2 teams coming out of the buildings, they couldn't really dictate anything. But NRG, where they put their focus, that essentially who dictated who won that endgame.
Well, yeah, I mean, they come off the high ground, they jump into the center. Ascend, of course, is going to come out of that building and fully send onto NRG because that's the first team in their line of sight. But Pulverex already on 2 blue shields, 1 white, or Napkin, as Wig would say. Shout out to Nice Wig and Greek, who have been absolutely slaying that B stream. One of my favorite watch parties to watch during literally any tournament.
Oh, look, my internet in Australia is not good enough to watch 8 streams at once, so I have to watch Wig's stream to prep in the scrims.
No, that is exactly what is up. They are already going to take that early rotation over here through Lava Siphon, which did have a beacon, so we can start to pull. The interesting thing about this circle is it is not going to be a southern zone, one of the favored ones. So all those teams that were on that mid to northern side of World's Edge are going to find favored. And NRG, you know, they already have 16 points, just 1 point shy of getting to the top of the leaderboard this early on, making their way through frag.
You love to see a little bit of fairness, a little bit of, you know, we'll give you one, we'll give you guys one as well. If all the zones pull south, it becomes a little bit tough for some of those teams, especially when we're seeing the hard rotates that come in. I guess something else that we should point out, right? North Eption. Okay. A team that is looking for those edge fights. How are they going to find them, Tip? There's
надеюсь, нет.
Okay, sorry. I'll take it back. Not no one else. There's very few other teams.
Хотя ладно, смотря в каком смысле.
So if they've got no one to fight, they're just going to eventually walk into the zone, like a lot of those teams did last game, and just get crunched. How do
Я вообще почему начал апексом заниматься, потому что у меня была мысль о том, что киберспорт в этой игре будет, и в этой игре будут наши ребята. Мне Overwatch перестал нравиться, потому что там нет турниров, на которых можно поболеть. Вот, и хотелось бы частью этой игры с самого начала, так сказать, со старта, вот этим вот тудом-сюдом заниматься. Но, правда, киберспортом не сразу получалось, из-за того, что больше удивляло контент-мейкерство, ютуберство, вот это все дела. Но, с другой стороны, и турики не особо не были популярны. Стримером по апексу в Америке, наверное, будет очень круто. Потому что там в целом турниров еще до хрена. Раз в 10, наверное, больше, чем в европейском регионе.
to be very tough to go ahead and reset from that. But I mean, NRG, they were looking really grim, but were able to completely reset that moment. But Force, they just need to kind of lock it down, especially we saw how slow it kind of made the move towards Dome, and all 20 teams made it there, and then right when all that action started, this is going to be the same thing in Climatizer, but it's a larger POI to cohabitate, and I think they've spotted Verhulst. He's not able to know, but at least E36, they know he's down there, they know there's a rat, and it's going to be just one of those things. If they can get a good LOS on him, they might as well eliminate him.
There's not as much hard cover in this circle, though, Tiff. I think that's what we're seeing, the difference playing out here. You know, there was a couple of teams in the Lava Siphon, a couple of teams in the Lava City, and then heaps around that dome. Whereas when we look at
Из-за Европы не стыдят особо. Объедки подкидывают.
Climatizer, people have to sit in, you know, just nooks and crannies around Epicenter. Sure, in Climatizer there's a couple, but as you saw, TSM and E36 going
С другой стороны, главный-то офис в Америке. Не обязан.
You're not going to get griefed when there's this many teams just crowding into that small area.
You mentioned that as we see a drone trying to EMP the solo barrels, he's like, I'm not going to miss my shot.
Вот если они ограничивают какие-то свои турниры за бабки, не дают проводить, тогда да, тогда вопросики. А если сами в Европе не проводят, нет инвесторов, то... Ну понятно. Хотя еще и время такое. Инвесторы.
They're looking for a fight. We were wondering, who is North Epson going to find out here in the wilderness? It's going to be ExoClan. I'm telling you, that's not an easy fight.
Oh, I mean, look, NTH has made their way over. You're right, to overlook, and now Exo. They were looking so incredibly dominant, especially with Killopose. 38 kills from the group stages, and if you're going to go up against a kill leader, you've got to bring the heat, and NTH, they have that Taida on the Seer, just waiting to connect with the Arcstar, but he's going to save that ring at their back, but they just need to get to high ground.
В азиатских не знаю. Вроде там Турик сейчас чаще, чем Европа. Там какие-то турниры между собойщики еще есть. Медийные. Про со стримерами и так далее. Шоу-матчи. Эхо последний остается. 1 в 1. Вроде как. Хорош. Кулдаун ушел. Противник по боеприпасам. А у этого еще Ева была.
LG is on the hunt. Here they go. They've come in from even deeper in the zone and they've heard this. There is a little bit of time though. Are they getting those shield swaps?
У них фиол этих сильных, и один не захилил.
Look, if anyone's coming into the game, it's Yanya.
Он просто чекал.
We have seen Yanya clutch up so many killer moments throughout Pro League Split 1, and you've got him on your screen.
А вообще можно было пофайтить с этим складом, больше нет.
A lot of people have been electing to run that charge
Да.
rifle, and some people in the chat before the game were like, the charge rifle takes no skill, and I'm like, you know what? It's a perfect weapon when you use it in your hand, right? But not when people are using it against you. Totally unacceptable.
Эксет прям аккуратно играют. Это ж... Вторая игра только идет, а я почему-то устал уже.
LG, they've gone down to Ghost Town, and it's all up to Exo over here, so they can freely craft around Overlook if they want. Yeah, look, a little bit of
разошлись, море кораблей.
early game here. Just slightly different to that.
Да, Эхо тоже будут от края играть, скорее всего.
Definitely, and it could be because a lot of these teams from the south side are going to have to make their way all the way north to Climatizer. We can get a good look at Epicenter, E36 at the top, Alliance making their way.
Ну-ка, я хочу фанов глянуть, как они выглядят.
The issue is the majority of these teams have already prioritized their rotation, and there's not a lot of teams on edge to even fight.
Not a huge amount. We've got ESA down the bottom, Alliance lurking in survey camp.
И на Мальдивы будут отдыхать приехали. Вот, кстати, один из жестких тоже типчиков.
And when I look at these maps, right, I'm thinking, where is Ascend? Because Ascend, Kashera, has the best knowledge of the zones, but meanwhile, Alliance on that hard edge. Mandy on your screen on the horizon. Let's jump into a listen and see kind of what their intentions are for their next rotation.
They got charge rifle too. 57 blue. Yeah, just keep having awareness. Someone closing. I'm gonna go in this. Where? Yeah. I'm going a little bit closer. I am. If we spread out too much, we might get.
Their Valk is scared now. Trust, their Valk is scared.
Yeah, keep fucking bullying.
Engageable.
Keep looking north and west here, boys. I am. Nice. Hold on. He's not scared. Yeah, dropping you 2 cells. Yeah, can't carry Haggis.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with Haggis here. Maddie, you stay there?
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's really nice that Haggis is really trying to secure their 6. They want to make sure that no teams are coming from their back, but unfortunately not a lot of action. But it's kind of interesting when they're poking and prodding, trying to find the information on the surrounding teams. They're like, this is engageable, right? You are thinking about...
А никого нет, вообще никого. Их фанчики встречать будут. Эхо заходит, ксеты заняли, я так понимаю, будку и пристройку сверху. Таран-булочка. А, нет, зона ближе, они от забора играют. Крыша есть? Нет, крышу никто не занял. Крышу опасно на самом деле стоять. Е6. Первый этаж вроде как.
No, it's the bang see it right now for XZ. A couple of other teams, you know, opting for the low bar. I guess XZ prefer that on Storm Point, right? But Luminosity with with that gas hammer here. Love to see the heirlooms come out, especially those ones who haven't had, you know, as much love in a while. But yeah, it's just fantastic to see the different variations in comps that have come through towards LAN. I feel like during Pro League, people tend to be a little bit more homogenous with that. They'll follow the leader a little bit more. But when it comes to LAN, you know, it's kind of do or die.
Alright, Alliance missile swarms going out the black hole from Mandy, and they're going to able to get an opportunity to grab one member of Fun down. So now looking for another 2, but it's going to be Fnatic that grabs it down onto Sangjun. So now only one member that is going to be Alliance able to grab their building back, still continuing onto that edge.
Yeah, so they don't need to continue pushing here, really. They've managed to find ground within the next zone.
Хан решили не встречать, пошли зону занимать просто-напросто. Где они сейчас? А что они делают? Они альянсов кипят? Они в пикселе сидят вообще? А, в пикселе сидят. У них тут двое осталось. Я не верю. Они по очереди скидываются.
Not actually giving it to Slayers or even swapping the gold armor across, because if you were doing that, it would be called zero meds, one of the most, you know, it kind of feels broken to be honest. Ripping out those charged sentinel shots, it almost feels like a crave.
Oh, I like this. XZ able to grab a building inside that next zone, and look at where we are pulling to. And Nags last alive for Jaylings. We've seen Zane clutch in these kind of moments, but Nags is going to need to pull it together. They are fighting EXO. Kilipo is going to try to finish off.
Ладно, пока посмотрим этот.
Their IGL. We need to get him back up on his feet. No cancellation, please.
It felt like Jaylings did.
Успел.
That was close. That was milliseconds away from canceling that res.
Надоели.
BJ there by a second. Look, it feels like Jailing's routine.
У Эса вообще очень плохие дела.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, look at all those sevens. That's not what you want to see. And Nags getting ate up by a thermite. Now we just gotta get inside. Try to
Не, это Зейн и есть.
grab your teammate's banner, but there's another team from the outside, and some stray shots are coming in. This could be the end from Jailings, and they're currently sitting in 12th place. They need to get some momentum going forward, because if you guys remember, we're here. We need to make sure that these teams get and solidify themselves inside the top 10.
Пытается найти, где есть место для реса. Просто сверху могут запушить. Хорош. В щит своего тиммейта пару спреев дал. О, упав. А Dark Zero, по-моему, прошлый турик выиграли, кстати. Че? Так это Luminosity, а не Dark Zero. Или я что-то не понимаю. Ой, он вниз еще упал. Его доедят, походу. Сейф есть там? Так, какой-то сейф есть. Его нокнет сейчас тоже. Ой, как плохие дела. Ой, как все плохо. Щит надо держать. И сверху пушить пойду, да? А фаны живы. Живы. Зона идет. Лифта нет. Лифт. Лифт дай! У тебя же тиммейт сейчас сдохнет из-за этого. Ладно. Ты же лифт юзаешь, и после буста от лифта, когда тебя с него выплевывают, ты можешь прослайдить. Это живо. Область живет, как может. У нее хила нет. Блин, я бы за ним посмотрел, на самом деле, как он выживает, но в целом зрителю мне это не особо интересно. Больше файт смотреть. Так что оставим главный экран. Да, зона, кстати, на контейнер, на будку влево уходит. А кто там сидит? Играет от нее кто-нибудь? Да, один склад есть. Ну, можно в ЛГ играть. Можно играть внизу и внутри локации от забора, вот здесь. Здесь спейс будет. Не, ну касательно Турика, им отдельный респект, они прокачивают, по крайней мере, вот эти камеры и геймплей, и игроков показывают. У азиатского региона, наверное, учились. Ластовый, хороший забрали. Зона идет. Заборы. Нормально. А вот как им играть с аутсайда? Тачка есть на аутсайде, можно, да. Право засмочить, а тачки отыграть. Но тачка не в зоне. О, Лень вправо. Хорош, там зона есть. Нет, а их приняли. Unlucky. Накс, походу, расстрелял. И фанатики наверху фуллстаком сидят, чилят. А внутрь успеет? Хотя там все равно встретят. Фанатики наваливают теперь. Блин. Это классика. Бейзет. Бейзет просто. Typical EA.
Down the bottom here, Alliance. Hopefully, those issues not affecting the teams too much.
Oh, Alliance, you are holding that high ground. K-Swinny nestled next to that Nox gas trap, fully alive here, the young fragger of Amphi. But this is going to be such a
Как Юка тут выжить пытается? Ну никак. Фулл-склад ждет энергии.
I mean, 7 squads remaining. It's going to get a little interesting.
Yeah, and also with a Watson inside the RV, that is exactly the legend you want in there. The fences and the pylon make it almost impenetrable. Usually, it's the nades that you use to clear people out of those positions. But if you don't have the, if you don't have the sidelines to be able to take the pylon down, it's impossible.
Погодите, правильно ли я понимаю? Это дисконнектнуло игрока, которого показывали. Ой-ой-ой, зона коцнет, нельзя коцаться. Еще и каустик здесь. О, вы посмотрите на это ХП. А прикиньте, они... Есть ног! РГ? Не-не-не. Ля. Их зона выбивала, и они один ног дали. А чё за чел кучерявый? Случаем не тот, который за пионеров играл на геймпаде? Вроде он.
And every time he shows up here in person at LAN, he's got something to prove. And he just does it time and time again. What a phenomenal competitor.
Look, I mean, dude, he is just eating up that camera from Florida. His mom supports him so heavily. The fact is, he was like, I want to pursue video games. His mom
Пацаны будку заняли.
and we've been talking about all the support that people have been getting, and it's been
Привет, дали. Здорово. Да, я читал новость, что там. Фул. Прям по фулам все будто, всю Одессу.
It's dynamic, right? So Energy fighting off two teams back to back on the edge of zone on the head glitch in a top 6 situation. Beautiful clutch, they almost had it. But Guard, in the better positioning, was able to come up and clean him up on lower health. So.
I love it. And look, Ray and I are both laughing because he kind of stole the host thunder. But I'm all about it. We should re-script it. That's how it should flow. Right in the confidence analysis. I'm totally cool with that. No, a good perspective, though, on that late game. NRG, right before then, you mentioned it, back-to-back fights that they had to win. One quick kind of thought on their game and their ability to get such high kills again with another top 2 finish in the late game there.
Yeah, it was beautiful, to be honest, because there's 6 squads still up. They were able to take rolling 3s. And they had the opening damage on the team on the head glitch initially. And no other teams can really gap close in fear of the other team shooting them. So the team that under the pressure, unfortunately. And Energy securing the top 2, so it was really good.
Yep, impressive. But in the end, it was the Guard. And we got a couple Guard fans in the crowd here cheering for Rambo and the boys, of course. Rambo, the Florida man himself, the whole family here, his brother's best friend, his mom, all in the audience. And of course, watching their son and their friend, their brother, compete for the very first time. Congratulations to the Guard for a massive, massive win. What do you think that does for their confidence, Glitter?
I mean, they are someone, if you're going all the way back to this most recent split, they were so consistent in the entire beginning half of it. They were untouchable. This bounce back for them, this has to feel so satisfactory because we knew that this was the performance style that we were kind of looking for out of them coming into this event.
Yeah, that's spot on. And look, Randy, I snubbed him for my top 10 predictions. Let me tell you, Arcane was pissed, wouldn't even talk to me, as jokingly pissed. But
after he visited us in Atlanta, he would do that.
After our Atlanta experience, he did visit us. He took the time to come that night. But no, the reality is, they don't do it in the shiniest way. Obviously, Rambo does, but they do it with early game rotates.
It's hard to do it when you have a team like the Guard. Obviously, it's not flashy, and that's the thing that makes them so successful. They've won 2 match days in North America leading up to this, and that made them basically on par with TSM, who ended up taking it overall with, I think, 3 match days that they ended up winning. What it really means, though, is that the guard are going to be a presence, and you may not notice it until it's too late. That's how they win games. They come in at the last moment, they take the right opportunity with Arcane leading, and with Keon, and with Rambo. Two of undoubtedly the best fraggers in all of the ALGS. So it's a deadly squad no matter what, and they keep putting themselves in positions to win.
Yeah, and I know we're watching these highlights here. I do want to shout out J-Lings because we had talked about them at the top of this entire series, and we saw
Пообещали, что в ближайшие дни будет не лучше. Почему ты просто не сказал, что в ближайшие дни будет хуже просто? А то пообещали, такой думаешь, типа обнадеживает то, что станет лучше, а потом пишешь, что в ближайшие дни будет не лучше. Жила надежда.
Team stabilized, top 6 scenario here. You see E6 sitting off the edge here, Alliance on the north side there. But as we hop back on board with energy, Nathan shots coming out massive, sweet, living with 1 HP.
А чё он заборен?
To turn the third party fight here. Guard almost looked like that they were going to lose it as well, but thankfully energy was pretty low initially.
That's right, and Guard perfectly third party. Rambo lost his mind. He went Super Saiyan again. If you did not see that picture of Rambo going Super Saiyan, please go check it out on his Twitter. This man and his pop off, I love it. Always bringing the energy.
And I think that's what the Guard needs. I mean, for me, the Guard is a very tempered team, and they have that in terms of playing the style that really requires a lot of patience. But you could tell that it's all bottled up, because when they win, Rambo is out of his seat ridiculously. And I think this is a good, again, a moment for the Guard to get their...
Energy первый, Гварды 21 очко лутают. Второе место.
Can you do it at land? They are doing it, and they're winning. Not doing well, they're winning, John.
Yeah, that was a big question mark.
За 2 игры 7 киллов. Хотя тут в целом не так уж и много. Energy с ума сходит в этом лобби. 24 килла, охренеть. 4 место, второе. Ну, Energy должны проходить, они прям в очень хорошей форме. Фанатик, Паны 10. Кстати, какое место он занял по итогу?
We got a little treat here. This is called Monsoon Edition.
12.
Monsoon would love for you to walk us through this final circle one more time.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Там тяжело было выживать реально. Фанатики 14.
Guard notices that this team is on the north side of their
Анлуцка.
Looks like as a duo, so they try to swing out as 3 coordinated and take them out instantly. Zanala falling. As we see Alliance and 100 Thieves as well in the kill feed. That's SSG going out, and Energy once again is fighting for their lives on the side as Element 6 goes out. Now they are missing about 150, 200 health in their health pool. Unfortunately running into the Watson fence, but that's okay. Pulling out his drone, oh my gosh. But as you can see, Keon goes down, but it's just not enough for Energy to take the win. Guard picks it up. Rambo with the Eva.
Один уебался в забор, и другой в дрона зашел. Понятно, почему не радуется топ-1 без негатива. Переволновались, ребят. Зато полбиблии прочел, такая философская книжонка, скажу я вам. Лето без человечества, да?
They got second place. They were destroying teams before they got to final circle, and that makes it a lot easier whether you win or not, because you've already got the points to basically put yourself in first.
Yeah, and we talked about that a lot too, because it completely changed up the way the rest of the lobby had to react to their hyper-aggressive playstyle. If NRG can especially get these points up here early, it also sets themselves up a little bit better on the second half of the day. Obviously, being a stronger map for them.
Ну, тут, наверное, задержка уже из-за этих лагов. Третья игра на краю света, еще 3. Место буря будет.
Yeah, I mean, Energy got second that game, but they are ecstatic with the points generated, especially with the confidence of their mechanical ability. Their shots were super important, and confidence is
Определенные вещи подчеркнуть туда можно?
into the next matches. It's going to be great to see how they continue on.
Yeah, speaking of which, game 3, World's Edge, third and final game. Look, you know I'm always
Философия. Там больше размышления.
Probably wouldn't, but you all will answer, maybe you as well. Game 3.
Дропсов нема? Нет.
Oh, I don't think anyone's stopping NRG right
Я говорю, только на моем канале есть дропсы хорошего времяпрепровождения. Наслаждайтесь. Да, Казам.
I don't know if this is necessarily a prediction or more just like a hopeful.
А я, кстати, заметил, что рыженькую реже стали
One
показывать.
of our top squads coming into this series dead last with 2 points. That is not where they want to be. That's not where they want to be leading into Storm Point. So I'm hoping that North
Я на колонку за водой.
get themselves on some more solid footing.
Ooh, I gotta stay with Xset. You know, I think they're ramping up. Third game of World's Edge, they are really good at World's Edge. Otherwise, the guard possibly as well. They're playing super well. So anybody.
One person clapping for the guard. One person like that comment right there. Yeah, that's a good goal. Xset, I actually like that point you made. As you see, a lot of Xset love. Nocturnal's back, by the way. Can we get a round of applause for Nocturnal? We're going to give him some love, obviously. He's gone through the last couple days. But one last thought on that. Xset, you said they're a good World's Edge team. I thought there's obviously historically been a great Storm Point team as well. What do you think they're better on, World's Edge or Storm Point?
Oh, they've definitely swapped up their comps on World's Edge a lot more than Storm Point. Obviously, their Storm Point drop is geared around instant rotations.
Fast loot with Loba and rotations.
Yep, exactly. But, you know, they are just really good at recognizing their win conditions and how to play in, which is great. So Storm Point is definitely strong for them as well. But, I mean, like I said, Game 3, ramping it up for the wedge. You know, they were kind of popping off there. It's unfortunate they rotate in, but I believe them. I believe in them for sure.
All right, so we got TSM, Xset. You're hoping Northception can turn things around. We'll see if they can. They need a big game number 3. You saw Dark Zero, another team that needs a good game here in Game 3 going into Storm Point. That's going to be it for us on the desk for now, though, because guess what? Game 3 is here. Third and final game on World's Edge. And to call the action once again, I'm going to throw it back to Genome and Spider Tiff in Godspot.
Look, I couldn't be more excited to talk about a lot of things. And as we gear up for match number 3, we saw a little bit of Hotsick right there enjoying that chair. There's been a lot of talk on the timeline.
Про евреев вообще интересно там. Мне интересно больше, что, так сказать, на Руси происходило. То коренное население вырезали по итогу или нет?
A white base with Galaxy and an amethyst upholstery, Genome. They are super cozy, so it's good to see that Hotsick found a nice comfy chair.
I mean, did you see that, man?
Про Русь 0 слов. Не, я не с того, что есть ли там об этом, а в целом, говорю, интересно.
That's where we want to be. That's where the players want to be right now, sitting pretty in the winners bracket. But we're about to start separating the best of the best, Tiff, because at the end of this series, we'll be sending 10 of these teams straight to Sunday. They go straight into that.
Историю 200 раз переписывали. Ну да. Под каждое современное время, кому удобно. Они наблюдают дропсы на Твиче. Дербиум. Я же только что сказал, какие дропсы есть.
Actually get a little bit of a head start. So if you come first, you get 10 points towards that. It is a big deal.
I think that's a really good point to talk about, right? NRG at Champs in Rally. They finished off winners bracket in
Последняя катка на краю света. Я еще на Твиче и на Ютубе смотрю. Зачем 2 стрима-то? Там и там показывают. Ой, Сай, ну не сейчас явно.
The winners of what we saw this morning, that first series, the 10 from that will join the bottom 10 from this series right now, and they will of course be duking it out for the chance to play on Sunday.
Блять, скажи уже сразу, ёбаный рот. Какие-то игры Габара в чате.
NRG making their way over to staging, and it's so interesting because I read an article prior to this, and they were talking about TSM and the contention that has gone on throughout at Lava Siphon. No one is going to be
Ильядан не негодует. Никто дом не лутает. Ульверекс. Лутают мост, я так полагаю. Пул 3. А нахрена он сюда пошел? Смысл? Дома чекать? Я там смотреть надо. Бля, в другой раз тогда, Сай. Когда, не знаю, там либо фильм смотреть будем. Мне, прикиньте, мышка приехала уже в Final Mouse. Как она попала в Турцию, начались проблемы. Из Америки во Францию, из Франции в Турцию. В течение 4 дней где-то. И тут у меня уже появляется ошибка. Ну, не ошибка, больше там внимание, какие-то проблемы с оформлением. Какие проблемы? Все верно указал ведь. У них написано еще было, что последний дроп Final Mouse будет оплачиваться со стороны Final Mouse, если какие-то налоги, вот, и т.д. и т.п. Вот посмотрим. Я в это особо не верю, все равно я наверняка на почте отдам. Пару лир, сотен. 300 я уже отдал за ковер. Просто так. Он даже не входил в лимит таможенного. Там накинули 300 с хуем лир. Пускай будет.
Moist also pulling up soon, so TSM either need to make this fight happen or sit tight, because as soon as the other teams realize where this circle is heading, they're going to have a little too much confidence.
Ты сюжет РНТВ пишешь.
Alright, they're going to, I think, just play it safe for now. Not that they're playing a particularly safe composition, I would say. You know, having Hal over on that horizon has just afforded them so much flexibility in terms of how they take fights and being able to dominate their opponents.
That's kind of interesting, right? I feel like a lot of the IGLs themselves will play like a character that allows them to survey the land, get that information, but
характерные возвышенности — это сиськи? Ты про них, кстати? Ну, Байкал, кому-то интересно этим это исследовать. Да, сиськи. Класс.
The crypto there, he's actually changed up and they've changed their composition. This is what we see a hard zone team play, you know, going for that with the crypto and the Watson. Other teams, you know, usually will be picking that up because they really want to get into the zone early. But Dark Zero, as we said,
а чё за звук, будто матч рестартнули?
But they're sitting at the bottom. 2 points at the moment, Tiff. They feel like they have to change something up.
А что за звук, будто рестартнули?
Thank you so much for your patience. We actually are going to hit a quick restart on this. So maybe for the teams that may have not had the best start can kind of just go in. I mean, look, TSM, they had...
Да, может, у каких-то команд хреновый старт, и у них есть шанс начать получше. Угу. Пытаемся сделать из говна конфетку. Это такой фейспалм, это самый ладно. Не, это реально самый ужасный турнир по Апексу из всех, что был. В плане технического оформления. Ни хрена. Это мое ебало чисто, когда я серваки на лане увидел. Первый день, воды не работают. В первом матче звука вообще нет. Потом воды починили, звуки были смешанные на некоторых трансляциях. Сегодня чела крашнуло, но после того, когда играл, по идее. Ща рестарт. Потому что тоже кого-то кикнуло, наверное.
moving over to NA. You're back-to-back LAN champions, 2 points on the board. You mentioned that he'd already made the switch over to crypto. How do you
Сообщения удаляются. Но если какие-то сообщения, какие-то слова, которые в блок-листе, они, помню, не удаляются, они не показываются. Хотя я не знаю, как у вас там отображается. Но по идее они у вас видны, а все остальные не видят. Overwatch и доты. Overwatch не трожь. Overwatch ностальгии ради можно. Да и доты тоже. Ставить Valorant больше не надо.
When you consider that they just scraped in to get here at LAN.
Well, you know who's not just scraping in? Let me just tell you, qadRaT had a massive star performance there in groups.
Хочу Battle Royale от Риотов. Я бы хотел от Близов, но там продажная хуйня, там все куплено.
Go ahead and watch his highlights from the previous day. He was absolutely frying.
Забьем эфир прошлыми матчами.
That are just making moves for them.
Yeah, I mean, qadRaT, they're sitting at 5 points right now. Okay, this is when they were popping off. The tournament started, and we were like,
ну вот qadRaT первый день прям хорошо показывались. Ну не в этом моменте, ладно.
They were looking phenomenal, and I heard a lot of chatter from the players as well. A lot of them
и не в этом.
Rating this team as one of the best of the tournament, and certainly someone who was looking in fantastic form. But
Battle Royale вымерли 5 на 5 все еще живы. Их тяжело реализовывать на киберспорте, потому что слишком дохрена людей играет одновременно. Хотя, с другой стороны, 60. На Турике по КС сколько команд? 16? 80 игроков. Ну, а тут 120, если не ошибаюсь.
They might be feeling a little chilly. Certainly their gameplay has been so far. But look, there's plenty of time to turn that around. It's
игра для психически неуравновешенных.
managed to break away from the pack so far. 38
Проблема комьюнити, не игры.
is phenomenal.
I mean, look, you've got to feel really good about that, considering the quality of this lobby. You have some heavy-hitting teams with a lot of LAN experience, especially there. I mean, look, we're talking about LAN experience. You got Alliance, you got Mandy jumping in. The last time he was competing, it was with Scars, right? And then he took that competitive focus on the content creation.
Губёшку верхнего гладит.
Sub in for one team, that team being with Hawkins and Alliance. So wave into the crowd, show out Yuki as well.
Комьюнити в игре. Ну, насчет технической составляющей доты я хз. Не шарю, но касательно Overwatch претензий не имею. Баланс maybe. Но баланс всегда такая тонкая грань, которая тяжело
The lovely Nessies there. We love to see that. Got a couple at home myself. They often make a little guest appearance on the ALGS streams down in.
Блин, хочу себе Несси такую, большая. Даже еще больше.
Let me just tell you, because they just are so adorable, so cute. I actually have an Echo on my backpack. Sure, we don't have any advantages in the lobby, but sometimes you gotta step it up and have a little bit of variety. But I love these overview shots, and it's just such an intimate situation here.
Мир сегодня нельзя героя убить, без проблем. Да, я думаю, можно. Ваншотами вдовы.
Has been fun. Fun 1, 2, 3, of course. Also one of the teams in this lobby, APAC North. They were looking really strong coming into this event. And having a look at the leaderboards at the moment, it's actually Pulverex that was standing up only because of
Сейчас катка еще реконнект. Игра оптимизирована. Серваки стабильные.
Love that they're repping that. It's really fun that we're starting to get some of those interesting compositions just creeping in.
Yeah, it is actually really fun. I ran into K-Swinny earlier this morning prior to Elimination Round 1. I was like, hey, good luck today. And he's like, thanks, I'm not playing in Elimination Round 1. And I was like, no, I know. Sir, I know. You made it to Winners Round. I'll see you later. This was applicable to the whole thing. But Mans was just locked in and ready.
И на первом ряду экраны еще перед ними. Классно сделали.
Yeah, we know you did pretty well. All right, okay.
We were there, but there you go. You can get a good look at qadRaT. It's always nice to see the teams back on the stage because
как они без рукавов играют? А, тут ковер, я понял.
put up numbers like that, it's gotta be nice because you have.
Это его брат, что ли? У них двоих ковры здоровые на весь стол.
A lot of the teams that actually don't have coaches here with them, they don't have that interaction of being able to like get a mental reset in between the games because that's the part of a coach. You know what to say to your players to motivate them.
Yeah, I mean, look, a little bit of a reset there in terms of how some of the teams are thinking about this, right? And when I just glance over to have a look at the legends that these teams are playing, 8 cryptos in the lobby. We certainly haven't seen that so far in this competition, and that is exactly one of the reasons why the tempo of these games is markedly different from the rest.
Yeah, and it's really fun, right? You've got a lot of Watsons as well. They're showing a lot of presence with the fences, being able to anchor down the positioning, but be able to get all of that information. You can scan beacons instantly. You see.
Но это я должен быть активен в Дискорде тогда, чтобы людей завлекать. А мне не разорваться на все социалки. Ну, либо человек, который будет привлекать. Про любой. Все равно также от людей зависит. Где движуха есть.
Certainly some opportunities to get back into the game with that drone coming out. Vibing out, of course, is Rambo. I swear he has like one eye on the monitor.
На чем он прыгает? Не сидится так. Но почему мне немного обережно напоминает?
You gotta play it up for the camera, right? He said they're here to put on a performance. They won map number 2, and just a reminder, if you just showed up, Pulverex took the win in map number 1, and they're currently sitting in 3rd place with 19. So that is a great way to start it. But guys, let's go ahead. Let's jump back into match number 3, the last map on World's Edge.
All right, back into the action. Let's go.
Look, I'm so excited at this point. I'm curious of where that zone is going to go. Ascend over at Geyser. Lufka kind of landing out on their own to the left, really extending. But my thing here is look at Satuki on the map to the right. He's kind of extending out of Big Mob because he probably got an inkling of qadRaT, and he wants to see, hey, maybe I can pick up an early KP. We know exactly how aggressive they can be. And Alliance running it back, another hot zone at Thermal Station, so they'll have some good loot coming out of that.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the couple of bins at the top of that Geyser choke and working his way back down through the courtyard of Big Maud. Doesn't run into anything with qadRaT here. Look, this circle is, yeah, actually, is this? I'm trying to remember what it was before the restart. Either way, doesn't matter. That's old history. And this is the one that's going to matter now. DZ do get the beacon for them, so don't need Zero to bother with the scan. Jen Burton can just land straight on the top of that epicenter tower for the beacon.
I'm just really happy that Sweet has a beacon as well. We had that interview during Pro League, and that's the first thing I look at. Does NRG have a beacon? They do. He's able to extend out, maybe grab that, and then hit that Geyser and rotate back over to join up with his team. The guard over in Landslide, they get that beacon, so they can immediately start their quick rotation. You can see they're going to push towards that chokehold, but look who's also pushing straight into that chokehold as well. It's going to be E36.
Will they find each other? The guard, obviously, that struggled in their rotations on the first game. We'd hate to see that happen to them again when they're such a force when they get to the end game, as we saw in game 2. NRG, though, I have to say, they've kind of dictated both of the early games. We talked about it after game 1, Tiff, but it was them really starting that push down towards Alliance at Climatizer that really forced the cascade of all of that action there. And you know, that was when Guard was able to get the third party in the last game. So NRG kind of the dictators, kind of the you know, the trendsetters in this lobby.
Look at that, Ascend making their rotation. They were crafting up their shields back into Geyser, and they are sending it straight through the choke point because they want to get on their rotation as quick as humanly possible. You think back to match number 1. They finished in the top 3, holding the perfect spot in that dome zone, so I'd imagine they'd be looking to do the same. But Yuki, the man himself on your screen before jumping over to Hackus' POV, they're going to be crafting up, want to make sure that they get those stocks. And hey, a car SMG, it's in the crafter, right? And we still see it so much. They're prioritizing that weapon. I love using it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your, you know, level 3 extended light mag in the crafter at the moment. That means if you've got the car, you can just marry that up straight away. You also saw that he had the Digi threat. And I wonder, you know, would he have crafted the car if he didn't have the Digi-Threat to go with it, or would have just stuck with the R99, whatever else he could find? We do have some action starting up around Harvester. Last time, TSM were looking at EXO. This time, they've run into Pulverex in the same location.
TSM able to get a clean reset. Their shields are all back up, but a shoot me, they get a knock. So Pulverex looking to have the lower hand here, and TSM, that gives them the opening opportunity to close the distance. You have Hall on your screen. He's going to go straight inside. We know that he wants to find the rest of them. They've been feeling really aggressive. So sure, yeah, a little bit of a same story here at Harvester, and they are in full pursuit of Pulverex.
Hemlock charge on Hal, chasing down this kill.
А, чё-то не липнет. Был бы 2х, кстати, может, уже и нокнул. Первоначальный урон был хорош. А, ну. Погнали. Таня за серых, где еще?
I would totally in this scenario. Like, why not at this point? You're on the edge of zone. You can keep an eye out of where you want to go. I'm like, yes, do everything that you can to gather as many KP as you have. And that's exactly what TSM needs to do. I mean, they found themselves coming into this match 10th place with 11 points.
Тотальное сканирование зоны происходит.
A big, massive game, something like the likes that we saw out of NRG already today.
Exactly, NRG averaging almost 20 points a game is really unthinkable when you think of the level of this lobby. So TSM down a little bit further. Alliance were the only ones really southern of them in the map a second ago. LG, and you can see North Eption now have moved past. Alliance, I'm not sure if they did land in a formation to grab that beacon at the bottom of Thermal Station. Most likely, so they'll just keep going round towards the western side of...
А чё за роза ветров? Знакомая.
This circle is pulling here. It's not going to go to Skyhook.
Да, альянсы не загуляли ли? Так, Рейзи. Как от зоны, походу, собираются. Поздний тайминг. Опа. Пульверекс. А он сольный же еще, кстати. Баннеры не забрал.
Right, they're just on the outskirts of the ring, but there's real no rush here. But there are a multitude of teams that are going to be directly in front of them.
Элементы будут в тоннеле играть. Что за зона вообще? На иглу? Там, где SSG сидят?
Meanwhile, a lot of those crypto teams that we talked about are going to have information long into this game. The beacon that sits at the train station above Fragment, that is there, that is present this game, and that means all of those cryptos are going to be able to ping that again and again to inform their rotations.
Ладно, проще картинкой.
Making their way in towards that next zone. They've been typically playing a very strict edge play style, and it's worked out pretty well for them thus far. They found themselves inside the top 10, currently seating in 8th place, but relatively safe. They're sitting on triple blue. They kind of have some weapons that are nice. Mandy does have the black hole available to them should they get into an engagement. We're just gonna
платить когда? 6-го или какого там 9-го у них? А, 6-го.
This is going to be good, right? They should be able to relatively get through this safely as the congested of the teammates were kind of on that northern choke point.
Meanwhile, TSM in the south, maybe running into EXO once again, actually. They're posted up near Landslide at the moment. And oof, this is going to be a fun circle, actually. It's pulling over the middle of those mountains that separate Fragment West and Landslide. So teams are going to be able to opt to play from either side from the start. You can see EXO. Okay, finally the ping.
Двоих не хватает, и с одной команды Пульверекс. Остальные фулкой.
They were actually for a second, but now reconsidering.
That's going to be a really tough position to be in. And I mean, you've got the guard still. You saw him in the shot kind of set up presence just on the outskirts of Landslide. And the guard land in Landslide, and they are a heavy hitting zone team. So the fact is that they haven't even rotated out. Sure, Zicky going to get tagged up and punished from kind of overextending and taking a peek, but so far so good.
You can see the meds in the backpacks here for EXO, though, are not Great, Tiff. There's not a lot to work with. They're smoking out that crafter right now just to try and get a little bit more. Killapos takes the delivery there.
Oh, but look at this genome. It's going to be ESA and TSM getting into a little bit of a skirmish. Cody already down. Luda kind of low. Phony has to throw out the exhibit to get some information. Focus of attention throwing down as well, but not able to hit it back. Phony kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm not surprised how he didn't go down. It's going to be Luda that needs to clutch it up for ESA. Prowler in hand, and he's just playing the zip line, trying to avoid or get a good shot onto TSM. He's able to get a shield crack, but unfortunately he's well, and a nearby team Fnatic is charge rifling into them.
The grief coming through these players, all of their hot drops in ranked and pubs are coming into play right now. If you put the reps in, well, TSM still got him up and alive, but a res from Esports Arena, that might even be due to that charge rifle coming
Он падать не собирается, да? О.
About what's going to happen from either side. ESA now just down to Luda yet again.
Проебано.
Reps the cheeky angle, able to grab a knockdown and trying to answer back, and just like that, ESA eliminated. Reps is your new kill leader of this lobby, and now they're going to get a good reset in, and that is the way you want to start it out. We were talking about it.
А как 2 килла?
Put some scores on the board, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, the crowd loves that.
Не понял, почему у них 4, а не 5? Они двоих закрыли изначально, и сейчас троих нет? Значит, только двойку убили с этого отряда.
They now have to worry about their own back door because Jailings are right next door to ascend over here in Fragment West.
Look, anytime you try to run to another building in Fragment, you've got to keep your eyes up because there are teams that are always going to be on the roofs, and North Eption, who have not been able to get anything rolling here in the winners bracket thus far, are forced back out into the ring, forced to use that smoke for a little bit of cover, and
Ну да, тут тяжело будет. Впереди еще Альянс, Энерджи. Вот Альянсов можно спину задушить. Звук отстает или картинка? На стриме? Может быть.
NRG just biding their time, throwing down the black market, want to resupply on some things. It's a great way to deny a lot of teams resources as well. You could kind of farm all the ammo so no one can grab it, but NTH taking high ground and able to get a good shot onto NRG. Look at Nathan grabbing another shield, but literally 1 HP for him. Forced to medkit, but will they have enough time, or NTH, will they capitalize on this and push?
Yeah, look, throwing grenades next to the pylon's probably not going to help you, but it will help any incoming ones as North Eption are just biding their time here. They just spot someone out. I think that might be Mandy, potentially. Someone over from Alliance sitting down the bottom there. Action on so many sides of this. The ring actually pulling down, not to landslide, but on top of it a little bit.
Look, I was really excited to see what Luminosity can do, and it looks like they're going to meet up with Exo Clan inside.
Ты обычно смотришь на то, сколько осталось медицины, когда хилиться начинаешь. Когда и так свободное время есть. Не обязательно на общий экран выводить.
Man, I have never seen Exo Clan this locked in. Usually these guys are just joking around, they're having a good time, but finally they make it to land here, and they are not going to let this opportunity slip away. LG, no one to be trifled with, but Exo are making the most of this fight.
Look, he was trying to go for the res, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Killapos, we know he was the kill leader in the
Ой, ебать.
Disgusting player. Yanya gonna fall as well. That means they need to find one last.
Вот это зажал. Эх, LG Яня написано. Раньше было LG Саня.
Okay, well, there's still some action to happen over here at Countdown. You can see NRG
Или не
finally
было, или было.
taking an early L in one of these games, and fun one.
В общем, я к тому, что ник Санька напомнил. Корон долго смотрите не остается. Кракнули, уходит на захил. Оставляя этого типа тиммейтом. Альянс вдвоем?
Look, here's the deal about Alliance, right? Typically, what we saw in group stages, they were constantly contesting thermal station. They weren't even able to actually play their games, and now that they're
Когда
able to do
музыку
it,
можно
see
поставить.
just what they bring to the
Ну,
team.
если вечером буду стримить Апекс, тогда да. На Турике не надо. Здорово, Апекс. Можешь так поддержать. Они, наверное, мышки и клавы приносят, не знаю насчет этого. Не, на офисных сидят. Конечно, они свои девайсы берут. Что за вопрос? Даже рюкзаки есть для геймеров, у которых все расфасовано под ковер, под мышку, под провода, под наушники.
They really need to hold them out with the ring closing now. 15 seconds, they can start looking for those gatekeeping kills. Do see the Rolling Thunder available for Nocturnal. This would be a great time to use it, honestly. Not much to keep those bombs from falling down up above.
This is going to be really great for them. EMP going out, a little bit of action in the elimination feed, and 16 squads remaining. A nice nade to throw some damage down, and they still have that Rolling Thunder available to them. Fun kind of hanging out on the south side of this rock, and just you can see that the pings are coming out on that heartbeat passive.
Okay, they'll start pushing in now with a little bit of damage. They may actually go for the left side, thinking that there's easier kills over there.
Я уже понял. Ты впервые, что ли, киберспортом интересуешься, смотришь? Бля, ты такое время пропустил, когда в компьютерных клубах пацанчики собирались.
I'm scanning. Resing. I have no smoke for you. He's coming. He's coming. Can't help you. Can't help you. Yeah, you're good. Can we go west, Brennan? Yeah. I need to grab a gun out of this box. Okay. I can't help you at all. Yeah, you're good. How many people is it? Two. It's two. It's the E6 or E36. E36? Yes, E36. He has white armor. White armor. You need to kill them. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Kill them. Yep. I'm grabbing your prowler. I'm grabbing Sykes' prowler. They're underneath me. I need to reload. Yep. I'm going east side in. Okay. Low ground one. Yep. I think it's three. It's two. I think it's two. Okay. Okay. Climbing up. One armor. No sights. No sights. Brandon, look at me. We need to go north. We need to go north now. Now. Moving. High volt 10%. You need killing them is good. You get.
Правильно, зона пошла, не засиживается.
Right in front of me, crypto. Broken. One dead. Nice. Run.
Да, есть, надо, белый армор, нормально.
We can play underneath sniper tower. Team in front of us, right here. We need to kill this kid. Let them go. Yep. Fire rocks in front of you. I think you're in. Be careful behind us.
And just like that, a bunch of chaos has ensued. So many teams have fallen. We saw Pulverex, a
Зона есть. Зона есть.
Down to a member of two. This ring is absolutely atrocious, Gino.
It's so hard to deal with.
Фаны живы, кого не? А, не, фаны умерли.
On the southern side of this, Dark Zero have just pulled into the top of this tower, and that's actually going to be a really good spot to play from. Not when you have long sight lines around it, but when the angles become too hard to see up, it's fantastic.
Ну, Dark Zero прям очень хорошо. Знаете, какую зону напоминает? Когда бобры выиграли. Когда играли они на игле и запушили вот сюда камень. И потом вот здесь их кокнули. И что это такое, Свин? Да, мне банить его, не? Создано. Походу надо банить. Ты закрепил еще? Я не верю. Лол, ну ты закрепил. А как?
Well, they've got 20 seconds until the zone starts to close. This tower will no longer be in. Dark Zero.
Так что, банить, нет? Ладно, я забанил там аккаунт новый вообще.
Clear out everything around them, underneath them, before they move into that next circle.
Able to get a little bit of light ammo from a teammate. Let's jump into a listen in with Dark Zero as they gatekeep this team.
There's a guy still here, by the way. He's a solo, I think. Yeah. The pillar blows is in zone.
Залаганил, в итоге закрепил, чтобы люди посмотрели. Я не... Я балдю. Колесиком не знаю. Закреплял. Мой сног. Фанатик откисли. ТСМ остаются под ними. ТСМ и... Иксет. Иксет сольный, возможно. Набил залупки. Падайте, 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 убивайте. ТСМ, кстати, сдохли. Интерфорс умер. О, грамотно, грамотно. Надо. Это ласты дерутся, ребят. Пушку дай им. Рез.
There's a guy still there. Yeah, I know. 60. Can I swing him a little bit? I'm droning. I'm in drone. I can just tap him. Do we even ult yourself for me? No.
Лайтов нет. Им стрелять нечем тупо.
Wait, might be a duo. Might be a duo. On left. Left duo? Maybe. I can't kill the guy on the right. This armor fresh. This armor's fresh. This perp is fresh. I'm popping a syringe. He's got this duo. The solid. That's him. Okay, just get a solo kill and then we're chilling. I'm moving the arms up to like to your ledge. They're less in zone than us. They're gonna have to walk in the open. Yep. I dropped you 20 gen. Gonna move soon. He keep me. I'm genning him. Yeah. Move. I can't gen. I got it. Solo has to move now. I don't want to waste my light on. I'm gonna use Prowler. You see it moving?
Отлично, залутали поинт. А те даже не вылезали. Анрек? Анрек на лане! Я не верю. Ну, вроде по звуку Анрек был. Там же катушка. А, катушки нет, найс. Они зажались, угол возьми их вместе с Зиро. Но они выигрывают это. Там фак был. Замьютили микрофон.
After a phenomenal game 3 to finish off World's Edge, Dark Zero have jumped up into 3rd place.
There's something so great about listening into the players' comms and the decision making that goes in from maneuvering from the high ground on the tower. They had
Одобряю рассветку.
the duo below them. They were gatekeeping other teams and the comms.
Почти как у меня. Мои фанаты.
Everything was on point.
Remember, these guys just switched compositions just this game. I don't know how much they've even practiced Valk Watson.
Конечно, было лампово, ходили курить с разрабом аналитикой. На ночь отпрашивались. Распечатать пулкарт на цветном. Ну, я не настолько был прошником. Но свой вайп есть, да. Как у меня читы на GTA-шку списывали, когда я с листом приходил. Тоже пьют имбу, только победители.
Dark Zero, we question their ability to make it to the finals, but every single time you question this team, they find a way to pull through. Massive game for them. Break it down for me, Man.
Yeah, they were in the post and top 6 situation. They had to drop.
Еще только 3 игры.
But they cleared out their immediate low ground, and all the teams underneath that were trying to stabilize ended up getting shot. They used that time to gap close to the.
Скажите честно, этот чел похож на меня в плане эмоций? Такой же камень. Я тут сделал открытым с новым графонием, пока есть свет. Жаль, я не могу стримить его. Хотя если был бы второй ПК, скорее всего, я бы смог. На них наводишь кнопку «Закреп», получается. А, ну закрепить сообщение справа. Там же и где ответить. Сколько игроков на геймпаде? Хз. Сейчас глянем, если есть такая возможность, конечно.
He literally flew here from Australia, 16 years old. Big shout out to Riley. Massive Jen Burton fan here live in the audience. Flew a long, long way. I just got to take a moment to highlight that. Massive Dark Zero fan here live in the room. But yeah, big game right there for DZ, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we had talked about it a little bit leading up to it. Dark Zero starting in 20th position heading into this. That is insane. Now finishing in 3rd place after 3 games. It just takes one. And when you prove that you can do it in this lobby, it's extremely important to their confidence. But for me, Dark Zero is a little bit of a family story too. You've got Zero's father here in the building. You also have Jen Burton's father here in the building and his mother. So there is a community here of APAC South and I guess now North America representing for this squad. So you should never count them out, John.
That's right. We got Mama Rambo, Mama Sharky, we got Mama Verholz, we got Auntie Sharky watching at home. Big shout out to all the family members supporting their family here in this one. And wow, that's a good way to support the opportunity to place top 10 and punch your ticket to the match point finals, a 25-point game, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to feel fantastic for Dark Zero. The aggression we were hoping for out of those back-to-back champs. I mean, 13 kills. Phenomenal, but I got to give you a little bit credit here. Are you looking at TSM rating?
I am. Look at that.
7 kills.
And essentially 3rd place.
Yeah, it's great. And you said they were going to come back. They needed it. A little bit of momentum going for them now, heading into the next map, and then moving on down the list. Even ExoClan, who was being a little bit quiet, still getting 5 kills on the board.
Bigger question too, though, before you pick back up, John, is that North Epsha. We did see, want to ask, are they going to pick it up now with 4 points? This is the team who qualified as 2nd in terms of total points coming into this. What's going on?
Yeah, that's big. I mean, they need a massive storm point here. APAC North in general, I'm curious to see where they stand in the overall results. Let's take a look at our top 20. NRG on top, the guard in 2nd. Dark Zero skyrockets all the way up to 3rd place, a top 3 North American team lobby right now, but Pulverex right behind. Look how evenly distributed these teams are, all the way down to 14th place, Fun123, the Koreans, former AD Raccoon.
Yeah, Dark Zero pulling out a 25-point game. Wow. Absolutely insane. We got to see the ticker on their placement as they were progressing into the game. That is massive, especially to be able to end the world's edge of this series in such a strong formation. It was amazing to see, to be honest. They deserved it. They worked hard for that, playing from the post. And obviously the top 4, top 5, top 6, looking really close. So it's anybody's game. We got 3 games left.
That's right. I mean, the biggest surprise on that list, though, I think it's 2 things in particular. Obviously, you see some of the APAC North teams not necessarily perform where you'd like to see them, but then XSET in 16th or 15th place. That's a team with such high expectations coming in. They're so good on Storm Point. Can they clutch up when it matters most? We will find out, but guess what? We'll find out after a little break, but don't you worry. Not just a standard break with the timer on top. We had a chance to catch up with the man, the myth, the legend who has risen to the top of fandom here in Apex Legends. It's Rambo after his dominant ALGS championship performance with GMT. We had a chance to catch up with him. Let's take a look.
Yo, Bo, dude, I'm sorry I'm late.
Dude.
I'm really sorry I'm late.
I'll forgive you this time, bro.
I was bidding on a really nice jumper on an online auction. Guess who won? Username? Guess what it was?
What?
Nice Wigs anime collection. Can you believe that?
What?
Crazy, right? So we are doing an interview today, I would imagine, with the cameras.
Is that what they're here for?
Yes. You are a controller player.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good with your hands?
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
Good with your fingers? Very good with your fingers. Let's do some finger painting.
Okay.
Okay, could we just... Okay, the idea is we paint each other, but like as a legend in Apex Legends.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna create you as I see you as a legend. Do you have a lot of experience in finger painting?
Not too much, not too much. Hey, but I'm ready to give it a go.
Okay, well, I hope it looks pretty good. I'm also gonna give you this, because I know that I don't want to get that jersey all messed up, so just pop that on. And we can get going. I don't know how to put this on.
An ex-girlfriend took me to a finger painting class one time.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. You're my second time.
Wow.
How do you feel?
You're my first.
Wow.
Okay. So, you can do anything you want. This is your world.
Okay. I'm ready.
You know who said that?
Who?
Bob Ross. So, how did you start getting into competitive Apex? Where did it all begin for Bo?
I was in college at Florida State. Basically just picked up Apex. I was getting up to Predator ranks on console. And actually the first ALG, it was online tournament number 5, I believe. Mm-hmm. It was the first tournament I played, and we actually we made finals.
Ooh, not bad.
Not bad. So yeah, first online tournament we played and we made finals. Once you kind of make one finals, you know, like that first one kind of gives you that, like, hey, you know, I got what it takes.
Yeah. Just so you know, you can mix.
Ну, на прошлом лане ты без команды на замене играл так.
I'm kind of doing like a little blend, and then I'm gonna.
You're using a lot more techniques than I realized were available during this.
Yeah. Hey, they tell me I'm good with my fingers.
Exactly. Let's talk about LGS championships, right? Because that was where we really got to know Bo a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Personality.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, people were loving you. You were the superhero.
Их проблемы? Не. Другая карта.
Everyone was loving you. You fragged out as well.
Yeah,
you had
yeah.
some memorable moments.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
What
Перерыв
did that mean
небольшой.
to you, not only the event itself, but for your career afterwards?
I'll never forget. I was Thursday morning, the first day of champs, and I had just gone out partying.
Правильно. Измажься.
Pretty hard with Daltouche, Rogue, and some others.
Got a little.
Yeah, I got a little. That's okay. That's
No,
okay.
it's fine. As I say, it's you're an artist. Keep going.
And hey, it gets messy sometimes. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Life does, doesn't it?
Life gets a little messy sometimes. So yeah, I was out partying the night before, but I got the call that Matey at the time, so I was a sub for GMT.
Ща вот этот просто картинку поменяет.
So it was my time to shine.
Другое полотно возьмет.
And made the most of my opportunity.
By the way, what colors are you using?
I'm just using yellow. I'm gonna do a yellow background.
На официальном канале Апекса отчет видосов в Бангой на превью.
Happy guy, right?
А это не официально, что ли?
Like a big sun, you know?
Yeah, I like that.
You're shining.
I've used browns and some red. What have you guys been working on in the build-up to this event itself?
А,
You
ты
guys
про
had a
это?
crazy pro league, right? I think you probably surpassed your own expectations, I would say, with like how strong you were, and especially you. I mean, you fragged out this pro league. What, you number 2 overall kills?
Yeah, no, so tied with Hal.
Tied with Hal.
Нифига себе там.
76 kills with me and Hal.
Мадемуазель, интересно.
Yeah, yeah. So definitely exceeded my expectations. You
А, ну стартовый трейлер нового сезона.
Until you actually do it.
2 февраля.
Kind of like my painting too.
Sure.
But you know, once you do it, then you kind of.
Это кросс-прогрессион. Идите в жопу.
So it was a good feeling. I was.
И так вас слишком много.
Being the MVP is a good feeling. Good feeling.
100%. You got any words for anyone else in the lobby? Is there anyone that you want to kind of like, let's just say, run into in a 3v3? You're pinched to someone and you're like, hey, this is our chance to take these boys out.
You know, we are playing in an international land.
Yeah.
Кстати,
So,
Пиксель,
we don't get to
хорошо.
play against other regions very much so often. So I'm always looking to, you know, I've had my fair share at NA this split. So I'm definitely looking.
You can say EU.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for some EU teams.
Do you remember where you are as well, London?
Yeah, I'm behind it.
Возможно, в 16-м сезоне мы наконец увидим Team Deathmatch.
These streets, don't forget. How's your painting coming along, by the way?
You know, I'm putting in the eyes right now, using a little red.
Where do you think you're at percentage-wise? I'm pretty good.
Мастив реактивным скином.
I've surprised myself. Yeah.
I'm getting there. I'm getting
And if you are struggling, just remember as well, it's hard to see things when you're too close.
Yeah.
So take a step back and look. Guess who said that?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross again. Right, I've got paint everywhere. Do you know what? I'm gonna sign it. I'm signing it. 'Cause this is a workout. How do I spell onset? Oh my god. It's kind of looking like a child was let loose in a lab.
I'm almost.
You're almost done. Okay. I'm gonna say the tension is now killing me. Do you want to reveal yours first, or do you want me to go first?
Okay, so I was supposed to kind of do you, right, as a legend?
Yeah.
Okay, so I gave you a full set of hair.
Wow, my guy.
Because I'm like that. Because I'm like that. I'm like that. You know. And then yeah, I kind of just went with what I was feeling.
Come on, 10.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I mean, tell me, come on, Bob Ross doing that? I don't think so.
Walk me through it.
Yeah, so I really originally went with.
А чё у Лео, типа, он показал?
I don't like the yellow, so I kind of made it into the background.
Yeah.
Взяли возможность выбора, играть с консолью или нет. Никто бы не играл с ним.
And then I went a little bloodhound, I was like red eyes.
Okay.
I was thinking like, you got like thermal vision.
Yeah.
You're about to lock in, you're about to hunt somebody down.
This screams Scarecrow to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know what my abilities would be as
Только друзья.
Like, am I the bait? Is that what you're saying? Like, I go out, make some noise, everyone gets attracted to me, and then you just come in and fry?
Yeah, it's like I'm throwing the dogs out.
Yeah.
And you're bringing the bait back.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Exactly.
Okay. I'll show you mine. So I gave you hair as well.
Did you?
Yeah, I gave you hair.
What? Wow.
Look at this. So my idea behind this is that like you have like a kind of like a Goku like power. You know what I mean?
Like
so
a Super Saiyan, like a
Super
Super
Saiyan
yeah,
kind of thing going on. Your ultimate, you'd like go,
Yeah.
I don't know what you do. Exactly that.
Yeah.
See? Great thinking. The hair goes out.
Yeah.
And then you get a surfboard.
Perfect.
That's for
with
rotations.
the waves?
That's for rotations.
Yeah.
Quick rotation.
Exactly.
What do you think? Out of 10?
Dude, 11 out of 10.
11 out of 10.
11 out of 10.
Let's
11
go.
out of 10.
Okay.
Заебались бы ждать, но они бы со своими же, со своем лобби, со своим лобби также бы играли. Дальше и все. На компе 100 раз легче играть, стрелять. Ну, с геймпадом.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
No idea what to say after that, but it was a lot of fun.
Очки убрал специально, чтобы удобнее было.
You've been shaking your head at me for quite some time now, about 7 minutes, just the same amount as that piece of content.
Is this what happens when I let you off your leash, when I make sure you're in a different room?
А, поляки тоже не прошли, что ли?
Anyway, we are almost ready to get this next game underway, and of course, it means we head over to a new map.
We do indeed.
Или
Now
стоп.
we need to kind of refocus a little bit.
Индонезия. Блять, это наоборот, по-моему, белый, красный.
To get back underway, and like you say, Storm Point is where we are going, and by the end of these 3 games, Dan, we will find out what teams are making that jump to the grand finals.
10 teams into the grand finals, 10 teams go down into the elimination.
Странно, почему тут Россия тогда?
Those who won in elimination round 1 earlier. But 3 games can be quite a long time. And we can see how much one game can change everything. I mean, look at Dark Zero. Going into games 1 and 2, they were struggling a little bit. Then suddenly, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. A big old win, and they shoot themselves all the way up the league.
Почему я слышал I fuck your...
Oh, these are some high-quality Apex Legends lobbies. We're going into Zone 5 with like an enormous amount of teams. I think we had Zone 3 with 20 teams alive still at one point. It is coming down to almost not so much the brawn in those final moments.
Клава мы 61%, 36%. Геймпад.
Are we going to see maybe a little bit more aggression here on this map with the circles being a bit different and World's Edge of course being
Ну тут миксы.
for some of the other teams, but there is so much to do for those kind of bubble teams that we talk of, those who are trying to push themselves into
Тут прям замиксовано.
Element 6 is the target team. They have 16 points.
Мышей больше в топ-10. Да, мышей больше в топ-10. А сколько топ-10? 29. Ну в самой жопе, конечно, Клава мышь будет. Кто победил? Победила дружба. Сырок такой, знаешь? Такого болеет? Ну, вообще за Фнатик вчера хотел. А так в целом за красивую игру. Какой флаг у Кирюхи? У Импульса, Беларусь.
As you say, everybody has a home here on Storm Point. Everybody had a home over on World's Edge as well, and I think that's a big contributor to why we are seeing such high quality lobbies. And kind of puts the magnifying glass on decisions being made, doesn't it? Who have the smartest rotation, who is trying to avoid a team, and who is just waiting to pounce when they have the opportunity.
You can't afford to make any mistakes because people will capitalize off them, but you also can't expect others to make mistakes as well. There's not going to be as many opportunities presented to you to get an escape route on your rotation, to have easy access to a building. There's always going to be someone somewhere one step ahead of you, so you almost have to try and stay one step ahead of the entire lobby, which of course we know is entirely impossible.
Well, Dark Zero, the winners of our final game on World's Edge, and some great calls coming in as well in that end game to make sure that they pinched perfectly onto the guard and made it such a difficult situation for them to fight out of. And I said it's been a long road and a tough road so far in Split 1. Moving over to North America, we all know the story. Dark Zero only just made it here, but now they're on the biggest stage, Dan. I said it before, this is where these three gentlemen come to life.
Yeah, I said as long as they get to the grand finals, that they are going to be one of the favorites. Naturally, back-to-back LAN winners, and they just seem to have what it takes when it gets to match point. The only real question coming into the tournament was, would they have the consistency, because there was struggles throughout the online play, but it does seem like they have found their form at the right time here, and they're putting themselves in a really good spot.
Just to give you a little bit of a lay of the land as well, if you're just joining us, the teams who are on the bubble, Element 6, one of our EMEA teams, they're holding things down at the moment in that 10th place position. That is the last.
Ну, в финале посмотрим агрессоров. Ебать, битка.
Just behind them, Fun 1, 2, 3, and it's only a few points separating this lobby. There's no point sponges, NRG on top as it stands. Speaking of which, they're on top right now.
And this could be a similar circle to what we saw in one of the games earlier in the elimination round 1. As you say, down towards Gale Station, there's about 6 or 7 teams that are already making their way to the far southeast of this map. And that means there is going to be fights, because there's a few buildings there that people are going to try and prioritize, and naturally, it's going to happen.
One thing that's interesting, and we should highlight, of course, is congratulations to Nathan. We've seen him picking up more than the 1,000 kills. He was credited with that ALGS total kills performance. So he crossed that 1,000, kills mark yesterday, joining Imperial How as the only 2 players to have done it so far. So Nathan continuing to be one of the most prolific fraggers that we have in all of Apex Legends. But as we start to kind of see a little bit of an overlook at the map, you can see a lot of concentration down at Gale Station. Like we were saying at the start of this game, a lot of teams are betting. This is where we'll
Денежные призовые. Скинами в Апекс расплачиваются. Как обычно, Лимон на лан.
Everyone else, it's a little bit touch and go. Things
Приедут бобры Аврора. Нахуя?
3 bad performances here on Stormpoint.
20 squads still remain.
Посмотреть?
Has gone down as yet. Moist Esports trying to take
За свои деньги.
control of this building, and it looks like it is going to be a Gale Station zone. You can see in your top left on the map overhead that Moist also have that built-in information as well.
Слушай, у меня вообще дефолтный, но на разных хаках по-разному стоит. Я как-то особо внимания на это не обращаю. На каком таке фиолетовый вообще? Ой, хулиган!
And you can see it in their gameplay, you can see it in their team fights. They know exactly how they want to approach things, and if you add a good rotation to that, if you add good zone placement for that,
Дверь ломит.
it's a recipe for success.
The guard continuing to impress so far. They're currently sat in 2nd place overall in the lobby, 34 points, just 3 or 4 behind NRG, who are at the top, like I mentioned previously, but for now, they're going to be set up for the long game. This is one of the buildings that you want to. Good morning. Little haircut.
Скидывали кастомизацию стиля по цветам. Как думаешь, идея хорошая? Я думаю, для неприбыльная.
This is one of the spots that you want to hold down for that end game. Not a lot of buildings in the vicinity, Dan. So if you can get
Что за кастомизация? Они и так кастомизацией занимаются постоянно, реколоры выпускают.
About 10 other teams who are still moving from the north side of this map, and they may just all collide together in the middle as they're moving towards the southern side. I know that TSM are currently making their rotation. I think they use this circle, looking to maybe try and get some sort of spot where they can pick up some other teams that are rotating as well.
Yeah, pretty rough zone this for anyone landing north like TSM do, of course. Got to fight their way through a lot of other teams to get towards that zone, and we can already see how congested that it is inside of where we think this end game is going to be. That means maybe they've got a little bit of a different approach alongside the likes of NRG, Fnatic, Alliance, who are all rotating down from that northern side. And most northern at the moment, still inside North Pad, is going to be Northception.
Yeah, Northampton, they're going to be moving late, but as you can see, the rest of the lobby very much is just slammed down at Gale Station. And everyone who's going to be arriving late is not going to be able to find a home. So you have to do one of two things. Either brute force your way in, try and take a building off of someone, or you go for that really risky play. Try and land on top of the building. It sometimes works, but most of the time it doesn't.
One thing that's really important as well is making sure, knowing you're going to have to fight your way in, you kit it out to do so. And that's what we're seeing here from NRG, using that craft of the replicator to make sure they
так и мы играли и на прошлых ланах. Мета не особо изменилась.
And of course the records of the flatline of
Fnatic
are a massive threat in this lobby and in this tournament in general. What they can provide in these final moments, it's a pleasure to watch how they assess those final situations, how they pinch teams in those final moments as well. They really pick their poison and they know how they want to prioritize.
Дента, вот я тоже не пойму.
Enjoyable team to watch if they get to the late.
Когда может до истины дойдем.
Can you get to the late game when there is this many teams on set, 20 teams still alive, and they are all trying to force their way into Gale Station?
It's Dark Zero at the moment who just trying to clear their backs, making sure no one is rotating behind them. But as we saw just momentarily on that map overhead and that fly through, we saw it's J-Lings who are making a little bit of a creep towards them. And with the zone closing, Dark Zero are going to have to make sure that they don't get caught off guard. But there's one thing that you can guarantee is that Zero will be telling both Sharky and Jim Burton exactly what to do.
Большинство знакомых жалуются, что он сложный. Может, проблема в знакомых, а не в персонаже.
Absolutely, and you know, Dark Zero will be looking at this game now as, all right, if we can just go pretty average throughout Storm Point, we should still be able to qualify through, but they will be looking to try and solidify as much points as possible.
В принципе, когда не знаешь, как играть, любой персонаж в таком случае сложный. Ибо когда не умеешь играть, ты будешь думать, что на персонаже легко, но на самом деле не отыгрываешь как нужно. Как можно было бы еще жестче. Не реализуешь его до конца.
They will then be looking at elimination round 2 as a chance to pick some of these teams off.
Well, two teams are starting to rub shoulders a little bit. It's Exo Clan and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves who barely mentioned, it feels like so far here at the split one.
Много действий делать. Так там...
And that's kind of something that's been synonymous with them throughout their careers. 100 Thieves though, they're going to find themselves down to 2 players as Scurry gets chopped down there.
Дроном зону сканить просто. Инфу давать. Ну и подсирать там противник, он как двери ломал, например, на дроне. На БХ, например, тоже не только стрелять, надо сканить, понимать, когда, тайминг, когда ульту прожимать. О, не удивлен, не удивлен. Он еще второго бы нокнул.
On the other side of things, here comes VJX. He picks up one as well. NRG, they're down to just one now. VJ's gonna have to take a second here. Avoid that arc star. Pop that battery if he can do so. Then maybe this could be the end of NRG's game.
This is an isolated fight as well. There's no other teams at the moment. J-Lings 2 alive. And it looks like NRG.
А откуда J-Lings? Что за регион?
It's sweet. He's alive, but he has escaped. Do J-Lings go on the hunting mission though?
It looks like they might be having a little poke at it, but that's
не, ну стрельба это что-то с чем-то.
They cleared their back on the rotation. Now they are not being pinched by NRG who are coming in, and you have to say that's always such a risky play to make, right? Going through Jurassic Park, we've seen historically
всякие сложные персонажи заместители игры. Это тоже да.
If you've got a team who's watching it, is on their P's and Q's like J-Lings were there, it's such a tough move to make.
And it's such a risky play in general as well for both teams to have that fight at this stage of the game.
Просто когда ты флекс, когда можешь играть на нескольких персонажей, как-то и тяжело также оценивать, какой сложный какой-нибудь. Бонга, например, также может быть сложным персонажем. Я как бы смоки кинул и все, но надо понимать, куда их кидать и когда.
To do that, of course, then you can make a comeback in the game. I mean, we saw it from the guard on World's Edge. 2 reses coming in for Rambo on that game that they managed to take home. So we'll take our attention back down just outside of Fish Farms, where we see 100 Thieves, who have been under quite a lot of pressure so far in this game. We saw ExoClan getting that first knock, and you can already see the shields being broken, and it's Luminosity, not just on the hunt, but it's the beast of the hunt as well.
Yeah, this circle is forcing teams together, and Luminosity looking to try and take advantage of that, and already they get the knock. It looks like 100 Thieves are on the receiving end of it yet again. Remember, they were a 2, and they have
Просто пришли и съели. Ну все, никого нет, давай. Подходи, подсасывай, лутай, кушай. Стол накрыт. Я чержа справа прилетал, разве нет? Нет, странно, там же зона нет. О, момент, как у гамбитов был. Какая зона? Вторая можно обойти.
The southeast area of the map are not going to be playable when it comes to that final circle.
Really big moments here. This is not just Exet that are in the vicinity of this fight. It's Alliance as well, who came in and had a little prod and a little poke, but also North Eption. They were in the area, but fascinating to see here. Both teams on either side of Exet disengaging.
И к какому это региону тогда? В Африке.
No one wants to take that risk. No one wants to try and take that percentage chance of maybe you getting the kills, because if you initiate the fight, you invite.
А не да, с геймпада. Там, по-моему, один клавомыш, а может и все с геймпадами. Зейн точно. Таските, ребят.
Very, very tough plays and decisions to be made here for Exet, but Nocturnal back on the stage, of course. He's going to be able to command the troops on what their next move is going to be, but wrapping through zone is plan A. Alliance probably thinking, where have Exet gone? Because I don't think they caught them.
Так, на Валькирию реликвию видели, на Сира видели очень часто, на Ватсон видели. Я вот на Бангу не помню. Была или нет? Ну, привет. Они отменили пуш. А почему? Там женок был.
It is not worth it for Alliance. They have bigger things to think about, and that is how on earth are they going to get in this circle? Round 3 is closing. I can count 8 teams that are not within this circle.
Западная Азия, ну вообще они ближе к Азии, да, но я хз как регионы эти делят.
Alliance making their moves now. They take the skyward dive, but look at this. Laser beams through the sky. It's like being at a rock concert.
Все, они играть собрались. Площадка. Камень смотрите. Лево типа ничего не сделал, да, камень. То есть самов пушат. Серьезно? Они это выиграли? Я не верю. Жестко, они вдвоем запушили одного, вернулись обратно и помогали своему третьему. Охренеть, это очень жестко. Почему та двойка не пушила сольного? Непонятно. Фнатики в ЛГ находятся, да? Мацу на геймпаде. Еще один геймпад. О, последний момент попал. Какой он лаг. Может быть и выжил. Я 36 также минус, ТСМ и фармят много поинтов.
TSM up on the qadRaT, trying to shoot down on LG. They eliminate one team on the outside of zone. Now you're seeing Ascend make their move as
На
well.
Dark Zone Габелла. Лысая башка им по горбуну стучит.
Trying to back up his teammates, and this is Dark Zero they're fighting against right here.
Big fight, Dark Zero eliminated, and now suddenly we're into our top 10 here.
Сейчас им отомстят. А Фанка двойка только? Нет, тройка. Третий далеко. Туда. Пискипа на связи.
Now we get a second for all these teams to start thinking about the circle, but it is only 24 seconds for those who actually before they have to move. So ESA are going to have to go over the mountain. TSM are going to have to force themselves on the east side. Still, Exet are holding central zone
Talk
right
about
now.
how brilliant that is from Exet, by the way.
Так, те же
Let's take ourselves back just a few
Киберспорт.
moments, Dan. They were pinched by two teams.
Ну, для киберспорта Штормпоинт хорошо подходит. Единственное у меня сомнение из-за того, что карта снизу вверх ходит, ни в одной плоскости.
It's absolutely magnificent calls and IGLing coming in from Nocturnal.
LG are making their full send to the center as well, though they want to try and take one of these cubbies on the outside, as you've got a big old fight between three teams trying to hold this building right now.
Да, Сольник остался под лестницей, чили. Пока там ребята разбираются.
But speaking of Nocturnal, we didn't see him on our main stage for the
Пока
last
серьезные дяди.
with a vengeance now alongside his two teammates.
I will say TSM are also getting involved. This is a huge
Тем временем TSM с LG есть ног, он переохал половину. Он успевает разменять, и это будет отлично. Жестко. 6 киллов.
Here comes ESA though, they want to try and get the surprise, but TSM, they managed to get the shield swaps, and now they will re-engage.
Oh, the black hole goes down as well to try and slow things down. But speaking of going down, how will
И спину еще могут убить.
trying to hold the ground, Reps is involved as well, but ESA, what a hold this is.
ESA have the extra player, and they've got the head glitch as well to work on. Verholt has gone down, and it's going to be the full wipe.
И закрыли.
They're done, they're dusted. ESA now dominate this side of the zone. Every other team on set is on the southwest side.
Esports очень грамотный ротейт сделали. Ближе к зоне и закрыли еще ТСМ, которые пофайтили.
The other side of the mountain, they hit a brilliant Valcol just at the right time. Surprise TSM as we now see some of our last remaining teams in this lobby.
Хуй знает, тут, наверное, хал нельзя было ног оставить. Мол, дал урон, падай вниз.
And in 40 seconds, they all have to move. So ESA, one of the best positions right now. They timed that perfectly with the skyward dive over the mountain to catch TSM off guard. And now they just have to wait patiently to see what unfolds at these two buildings.
Say what, an EMP could
Баннер новостей про реколор, пискипер, храните мир.
And having that crypto in your composition could be extremely
Где?
influential, not only because of the damage it will do to the team stacked up in this building, but all those wants and fences are going to get dissipated, destroyed, turned to dust, which means all the lines of sight become available for everyone to fight inside.
And we've got 3 cryptos there involved in this final circle as well, so I think it's going to be an EMP dream for any crypto mains. There's now fun. They're looking to try and make their way on the western side of these buildings, looking to see if they can get any grenades or arc stars.
Ой, как грязи много.
Here comes the ultimate. Everyone has to make their move.
Сейчас останется. Бля, он прям на ротейте, что ли, поймал? Ой, как много. Так много, дышать тяжело. Одно хп. Успевает армор свапнуть, уходит. Еще снизу свап. Я умер. Непонятно, что за полоса там, правда. Опа, а если выиграют, нет? Ну, там фаны в дуос остались. Ой, ульта пошла.
Just making sure he can do damage and sending in Phony Head and Coddy to close this one out. ESA, North American regional champions, it is because of plays like this that they will be crowned your champion here on Storm Point. All the way back from
А, это фулл геймпадеры? Нет. Да ладно. Мне показался один чел с клавой мышью все-таки.
but they managed to time it perfectly. Of course, a little bit of fortune involved when TSM was still shield swapping, but they had to win that engagement.
Вот этот в очках.
And in the end, they had the best spot in the game. They had the best seat in the house to watch all of that unfold.
Ну что, первая катка на вместо бури. Ну вот, комплит. За eSports Arena. 22 очка, 10 киллов. Неплохо. Сколько у ТСМов? 9 киллов. Десятку иксетов, кстати. Жирно нагрындили. Гвардит топ-1. Ну это пока что. А тут топ-2 было, тут топ-4. Хорошо держится.
Thank you so much, Gaskin. Thank you, Onset. What a kickoff for y'all here on Storm Point. ESA, the only top team in Pro League with no jerseys.
Ну, я думаю, вот эти 4 команды точно проходят. Может, даже Dark Zero. 21-21, 20. Две игры, да?
But toward the end there, TSM kind of recognized where it was pulling and took the fight on LG and won it with pretty convincing upper hand.
Yeah.
But as they were resetting, ESA decided to Valcolt over and take the high ground spot, which is the only kryptonite of TSM's spot where they were. So naturally, because they wiped TSM and they had that entire side to themselves, every team had to rotate on top of each other, and ESA was just sitting there with their arms wide open, happy as can be.
Зачем вообще миксить-то с геймпадом, то с правой мышью? Потому что ищут игроков, а не устройство ввода. Ну, зачастую комбинируют, конечно.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, ESA is a team we haven't told their story enough. They won Split 1 playoffs in 5 games. This is a team that's clearly lethal. They had to change their roster in just a month ago because of some personal things that happened, but qadRaT has stepped up big for the squad. Luda and Phony as well. Phony, considering himself as the Joker in his background of his room, maybe a villain to the scene, and I think so, because there weren't a lot of cheers when they won here. Definitely not the biggest favorite, but a team that certainly has the capabilities to win.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that they're able to kind of figure out that new roster now and start seeing some meshing and success with that new roster is huge, because prior to that, they were a team that we talked about all the time. I mean, with the roster changes and then TSM and ESA, there was so much always in our mouths.
That's right. A lot of drama, obviously, with this ESA roster, but showing that they can do it. Capra not needed here with the substitute and Cody who's performing in his first LAN. Phonyhead, what a story. Works full-time, plays Apex full-time, one of the only top-placing pros to do that. It's so darn impressive. And then, of course, Luda, the Canadian controller player, played with Nick Merckx and the Tripods last season, and, of course, qualified for Pro League from Challenger Circuit with them, played in Challenger Circuit previously with Sykes. He's been doing it for a while, and he's showing the impact he has. Every team he joins, he seems to improve Monsoon, but right here, break it down for me in terms of what we saw with highlights here in Match 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you can see, a lot of battle going on in the buildings. I think the key point was ESA taking that Valcolt to take control of that east side of the zone at the end. So they did it super well. They won the game as soon as they wiped TSM, in my opinion.
Когда дропсы. У меня уже. Наверное, не будет ничего.
Mexico, one of the teams that I think has some of the young guns. Yanya, one of the best FPS players, needs to step up. Hasn't happened so far today, but I think there's still hope for them. We'll see how they can handle the next 2 games.
That's right. And then XSET needed to perform. 16th place. We called them out. You predicted them to do well the game before this one. Yep. And here they were in late game glitter alongside TSM, who ended up getting taken out by Luminosity, the Guard, and a few others.
You know, I was hoping that you would be their good luck charm, Mon. I was really hoping as soon as we saw them in that top spot that they'd be able to kind of clean that one up. Still nice to see them up there with that type of performance, but there was just too much going on. I mean, you could see TSM just absolutely shredding from the top of this rock, and in the end, it was the patience that ESA had to let them all come to them for the win.
Yeah, fun absolutely popping off in the cannon fight here, but once again, we take a look at TSM's wipe on LG. Hal goes down, but it's not enough for LG. And once again, this is TSM trying to take back that high ground from ESA, but it's not going to be enough. And ESA right then and there.
And you mentioned it, that was the only kryptonite for TSM, was that high ground position that ESA took perfectly. What a great down call. And they were in shambles, actually. Cody actually had to clutch up with a big fight, and he did. Res his teammates earlier in the game, but then this late game, the opposite. They just got to feast as they were able to take out the last and final team. It was fun 1-2-3. Former AD Raccoon, and just like that, the ESA boys with a big, big game number 4. And of course, a lot going on elsewhere in the standings and discussion. We'll bring that up right now. Let's take a look at the match 4 results. ESA with a 10-kill first place win, 22 points for them. Fun 1, 2, 3. Also, I believe we're further down in standings. So a lot of teams who needed a big performance, Moist Esports right behind them, do get exactly that. But then the guard stays consistent. If it's not first, it's 4th right now.
Took the words right out of my mouth. And as we take a look at the bottom half of teams, they will obviously begin to perform, or not, but they'll have to make up their own fate. But the guard have certainly made us have to talk about them. And I think that's the thing. They should be at the top of this leaderboard at the end of it, because every single circle, whether they win or lose, we have had to talk about the guard, and that shows a very deadly team.
And we had talked about, all right,
Так, крипто много, будто его бафнули, на этой карте чаще крипто играет.
At the beginning of that split, they're bringing that consistency back now, constantly being in that conversation. And then on the flip side of that, at the bottom, there's a couple teams that are here that I think I'm kind of shocked.
Больше из-за скана, наверное.
We talked about J-Ling at the beginning. They've struggled since the beginning of the series now.
Yeah, will the J-Lings really, they're the Cinderella story of this competition. Yeah. Will they make it to the finals? We will find out. 17th place right now. Let's take a look at that top 10. We got quite the element 6 contingent here.
А может просто под конец остались сквады, у которых крипто.
And they are currently in 10th place overall, right on the edge. And keep in mind what's at stake. Top 10 make it to the championship finals. Bottom 10 go down to the elimination bracket.
А по героям интересно стата есть?
Best 10 teams from our previous matchup, but hey, what a showing it's been so far. Can some of our APAC North teams like Northeption, who haven't necessarily showed up, 100 Thieves is a quiet game there. Can they step it up here in Game 5? We got 2 more games to go. Let us know in the chat who you want to win and blow it up right here, right now, because guess what? Game number 5 is around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 5 with Onset and Gaskin right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Никому не надо. Махдак. Кстати, вот заметил, когда я брал Мак, ну, вообще любой фастфуд, не... После того, как я съедал, удовольствия как-то особо не было. Наоборот, думал, блядь, нахуй я его купил. И не... Было типа вкусно, но сейчас как-то хреново. Порой от фастфуда, особенно от пиц и от роллов. От роллов прям тяжесть лютая была. Вроде вкусно, а вроде и хреново после того поел.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. We're in the winner's bracket, and we are not hanging about. Straight into Game 5, the penultimate game of our winner's bracket here, Dan Gaskin. We're on Storm Point, and when I say it couldn't be closer, it could not be closer.
Yeah, we have, what, 10 points that separates 19th up to, what, 8th? This is insane how close it is. And remember, in the elimination bracket earlier, it was 32 points was the cutoff. At the moment, only 3 teams have at least 32 points. That will be Guard, NRG, TSM, and then Esports Arena are on 30. Those are our leaders at the moment. Everyone else, it is all still to play for here on Storm Point.
As we said, we were kind of talking in the break, the very short break, which is great because we love getting back into the game. We were saying, even if you're down in 20th place right now, and unfortunately that place is filled by Northeption, a win in this lobby, and you put yourself in position to qualify for that grand final. So it really is a crunch game here for every team in the lobby. If you could perform in these last 2 games, you could be in that grand final on Sunday.
You can see NRG at checkpoint. They've got a beacon to work with here, and the circle is around them too. You can say the same for Xset, Guard, all in good positions to make early rotations. It was something that actually Monsoon was saying backstage. He was saying when it comes to LAN, it just seems to be a far more effective tactic to play zone. We've seen so many teams try and test to be an edge team, to try and go for edge, but if the zone is there for you, play it. Put yourself in a position so then you can convert, and I couldn't agree more. We've seen so many teams find success from that. Of course, if you miss, if you don't convert, it looks bad because you get 0 kills and your placement's pretty average. But when it hits, boy, does it hit good.
Well, one thing to talk about, of course, is the victory for Esports Arena. We just saw champions of our game at number 4, the first one on Storm Point, and that's catapulted them up into 4th place overall. A huge performance coming in from these three gentlemen. Like we mentioned, winning that split one regional final, excuse me, and kind of almost catching everyone off guard. How quickly they did it. Sometimes all like this is going to go on for quite some time. ESA obviously had other plans.
Когда появится возможность жить отдельно, воспользуйся ею.
They probably would have been fine, but it was just the fact they were slightly weak coming out of that fight. But you have to give credit where credit is due. It was the previous fight from ESA which really gave them the victory.
100%, and you have to give credit to TSM as well.
Про кастомизацию скинов лично игрокам выбираешь бот. Для покраски, выбираешь перчатки, красить.
Rotating all the way from the northern side of Storm Point here, from the wall down to, of course, where we finished off at Gale Station. Speaking of rotations, a lot of teams already making their way.
Так зачем? Если они сами могут перекрасить и потом за это деньги попросить. Но с другой стороны, сделать этот реколор, самому покрасить, и потом тебе надо заплатить за это, чтобы скин этот получить. Так еще можно, наверное, сделать.
XN needed an important game in that last game as well. We saw them pick up KP, decent placement points, and that means they are the gatekeepers at the moment of those grand final positions. They're in 10th spot overall, and being gifted a zone
Вообще идея хорошая.
massive for them. But look at that kill feed. Already 100 Thieves who have struggled. Who have really struggled in this lobby find themselves losing a member. Well, you better hope that
Тут надо думать, как в целом может экономике повредить.
Territory has been swarmed by everyone else, and you can see there is plenty of action unfolding. I don't think any of these teams are going to take fights right now. There is enough space. Everyone's been able to claim.
Вроде как плюсы по большей части.
There are going to be more teams arriving trying to claim it themselves.
We're always looking across composition. You're always thinking, hey, what's the defensive legend we could throw in here that's good for defending zone? A lot of people, first thing that comes to mind,
Больше желающих будет, потому что каждый сам по себе сделает.
As a defensive legend, the ability to cancel reses on teams doing damage, trying to push you, but also you throw that exhibit down, nobody wants to push you because you are going to be giving away your position. So see, it actually adds value, of course, as well as the information gathering that you can get from that heartbeat. So Exit have a composition that can play all different zones, and 69, always good to see ya. Verholz popping up here with a charge rifle.
Ну, по идее, это редкие и эпики. И то даже только редкие, наверное.
They get off of it, they realize they are quite vulnerable in that position from different angles. Instead, they scout out, they use the heartbeat sensor, and they will move to a far safer position to work with.
TSM have a build-in, but it's not the best
Черное лицо.
inside of Cascade Falls. Let me tell you, it's better
Это
than
уже
that one.
эпик.
Let's be real here, but a quick rotation for them from a zone they could access pretty quickly from the wall.
Не, если детализацию одно дело скинов, одежды, а если еще самого персонажа, то уже другое.
Trying to spot out if anyone is going to be moving down from that high ground. This is one of the better buildings, the bigger buildings to hold, and if you can hold this down.
Это прям очень хорошие и редкие эпики.
And this man on your screen, Kilo, he had the most kills coming into today as well. That's how well EXO
Опять двадцатка, ну да. Ждем, как зона сведется. Тут есть зона? Не, не показывается.
11th position at the moment. He also has 18,000 damage coming to today as well. Really has been one of the standout players in the ALGS.
And surprise, surprise, who's the team we're not talking about? Once again, who is doing what they need to do? Space Station. Space Station currently sat after 4 games of action inside of that top 10 in 8th position. Yeah, it's a small margin and things could go wrong very, very quickly. But SSG, who land over a launch pad, playing right on the edge, has got a tough move to make. But this could be a real deciding game for them. A tough rotation, you get points, you might solidify yourself for that grand final.
And SSG, they snuck their way into the late game previously as well. You saw there was a solo rat that got into the latter stages, and sometimes that's what you need from one of your teammates just to be able to pick up those extra placement points, and they really will count. We saw earlier in elimination bracket, it was only a 1-point difference that sent Vexed home. And it could be the same here. 1 point could send you into a grand final. So SSG are going to have to make a long old trip from this eastern side. But if you look at where everyone else was on the map, it's going to be a somewhat comfortable trip until they get anywhere near Cascade Falls.
Yeah, really interesting interview actually with Frex as well and the build up to this event, saying there's been rumors, everybody's been reading about this lineup. Is it going to last? Are they going to continue? He was saying, well, I mean, just because we don't always get on, it doesn't mean we're not a good team. They're still performing. They still have the ability. maybe just some internal issues that could be sorted out. And there's no better way, Dan, to sort out some issues than lifting.
Да хавай, еще одну. Пока она там идет, там 5 секунд. Зона еще 7 сводится.
It actually can spur you on. I think it's one of those things when you want to outperform your teammates, or where you've had an argument where you say, well, we should have been doing this. You want to prove a teammate wrong sometimes, and it's a weird way to go about things.
Кого пикают меньше всего?
It's working okay for SSG.
Миража.
It'll work, but SSG, like we say, certainly a team to keep an eye on in this game, just because of the toughness of the moves that they have to make towards that zone. pulvRx, you can see them on your screen right now. Already won a game today. It was great to see them celebrating and standing up.
Mirage, Vantage.
In London, but they got some moves to make as well. At the moment, they're the wrong side of where they want to be. A little bit of scanning going down, a little bit of reconnaissance coming in here from Shunmi on that crypto drone, trying to see if there is any rooms they can find playable. But as you can see, as he's finding out relating to his teammates right now, there's no room at the inn.
There is just nothing available for them. And pulvRx, an amazing zone team. We saw it throughout the group stages. They weren't getting many kills, but they were getting into the final circles. And again, in the previous game, they did get into the final circle, but unfortunately, a team Valkyrie ultimated onto them, and they were wiped out, maybe unexpectedly. They just need to be prepared for that. And of course, on World's Edge, they finally got that victory. We finally saw that conversion from them.
Надо будет потом посмотреть, во сколько Grand Final. Проснуться к этому времени, если днем будет. Что за прога, который полностью по картинке в игре повышает? Это называется RTX 4090, 4080, 3080.
Game and lobby not done and dusted for any teams at the moment. One win completely changes your fortunes, but they've got to be careful on this move at the moment. North Epsom might be thinking about wrapping behind them. NRG were kind of looking out in, and with 1 minute to go until this zone closes, I get to say one of my favorite sentences in all of Apex Legends. It wasn't that one. We might have 20 teams alive as Zone 3 closes.
Yeah, I got it very wrong, didn't I? When we were going into Storm Point, and I was like, well, you know, it's Storm Point now, not World's Edge. We're going to get some early fights. No, these teams are taking it very seriously. We have also had circles that are a little bit easier to predict. You know, when you go all the way down to Gale Station, when you have a very central Cascade Falls with a lot of room to play, it's an easy early rotation as well. But it really does show, A, how good this lobby is, and B, how serious everyone is taking every single step. Every single rotation has to be on point.
Shunmi was doing that reconnaissance last time we were on board with pulvRx, and I said there's no room at the inn. Well, it looks like they're getting a little bit cozy and sharing the same bed with a couple of these teams that are inside of Cascade Falls. They found up a little roof to play. Not the best position, but having that interception pylon is going to be big. Avoid those sky nades that might come in, but they've got to be careful of teams making that late Valkyrie rotation to try and catch them off guard.
It's the same position that TSM gave up earlier, and that's sometimes what you have to do. You have to get someone's kind of...
Причем заметили, вообще никто не расслабляется. Даже вот типы сидят, чилят. У них особо ничего рядом не происходит, но все равно не расслабляются.
It's not a comfortable position when you are on top of that building because of the nades that you talk of. And you even saw a little crack in the building as well. You've got to be careful you don't get shot.
Победители прошлой карты, что они будут делать?
Take it to the skies then. Let's see what their play is going to be. I think this is more of a kind of reconnaissance mission. Can we find somewhere to play? Do we know where the teams
на zipline, на крышу.
We're going to be able to land with some shields at the moment as they're taking quite a lot of damage on their way down. And it's going to have to be plan B here. You can see the building on the hill, the zipline building. It always seems
Нормально, тут никого. Пиливаются. Два их кракнули, пока летели. Нехило. И до сих пор 20 складов, 59 игроков. Вообще будто никто не файтится.
But they've got that beacon info. They know where they need to be going next. So it's going to be about getting that ultimate back up, using any accelerants you may have, and then replanning and reassessing.
One team that's good to keep an eye on, it's going to be Dark Zero. Dark Zero currently kind of out of the way of everyone at the moment, making a really late rotation from checkpoint along the mountain range. And they might be looking to wrap into this zone very, very late on. You can see them on your screens right now. Shout out to production for bringing us the map overhead. But right at the top left-hand side of your screen, Dark Zero. As I said, moving through checkpoint, kind of staying away from all the madness. I think they realize they really...
Чё фан делают, не понимаю. Зону хотят чекнуть.
Like we say, being flexible and how you want to approach different zones is vital in these talented lobbies.
And when we talk about teams that are, you know, set up for a chance to convert SSG, you can see them there. They are going to be pretty much central circle, as well as they're about well, 9 other teams on that western side who are all going to be in buildings and around buildings. They're going to be the ones that are going to have to scrap to try and find those better positions. Whereas teams like SSG, E36, they might be able to chill for a little bit.
Look at how many teams are stacked up on each other at the moment. We've only got one player in the lobby who is having to spectate at the moment. Feels bad for him. Oh, could be more. I was going to say, one thing that's always good to have if you're trying to force your way in zone and play.
Увы, карту мы не увидим, кстати. Крабер в игре. Давно не было видно.
We might be losing our first team soon, or at least close to. J-Lings had 2 players go down. Maybe they'll be able to get back on their feet. No, they will not. Okay, J-Lings do get eliminated in 20th position. I think it was a combination of about 18 different teams that took them down in the end. It just seems like they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. But now with 56 seconds left before this next circle moves, everyone's got a little chance to just look at every other building that's around, peek out their curtains and say, okay, well, who's here, who's there, who's where we're going to be pushing if we are required to. There's so much that comes into these late game circles where the IGL has to look at everything and come up with a plan for every different scenario.
I mean, this is interesting as well. 100 Thieves have managed to get in this position. I mentioned the only player previously who had been knocked before we saw J-Lings fall out of the lobby, and that was Onmu. Now you see 100 Thieves, they're set up in this building, but the fact that they've got Loba, they've got some armor swaps down. If they get
До того лоба верхнюю дверь закрыли, чтобы дрон крипта не поднасрал.
running into 2 members, you're running into multiple shield swaps, and this could be a really messy situation for a team who might think they actually have an advantage.
It is a slow strategical game here on Storm Point, and I'm all for it. We sometimes see some pretty
Какие сильные усики.
teams when we move over to this map.
У Прюси. У меня могли быть такие же. Я что-то не могу длинную бороду, длинные усы носить. Не нравится. Даже когда сверху усы подсбривал, по бокам оставлял, чтобы вот ровно все было.
So many buildings that are occupied right now. I'm very interested to see where they go.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be an interesting land in here because Fnatic
Все равно что-то не то.
There's so many teams, but they're going to take this low ground. And I will say, even though this looks free, it's going to be
Вот похудеть, кстати, на 10 килограмм, и можно вообще без бороды либо щетиной их гонять.
This is Fnatic, one of APAC North's best teams in the world, one of the best fighting teams in the world, but they're just getting peppered by nades all over the place. Nade indicators spamming the screen.
Element 6 also getting involved in an engagement elsewhere. Case when he had slain.
Тем временем элементы наваливают. Не хотят зону запускать, а там 2 склада еще. Тарки живет. Доджит ульту. На шарке уходить надо. Он резает, а там Ника не видно. Гварды пережидают. По-моему, ну а крипта точно ультой задела.
Fun 1, 2, 3, and Fnatic are on the receiving end.
God, our number 1 team, they're still alive, but look where the circle shifted. It shifted back west, so that big building that all those teams were in occupants, the likes of Fnatic, the likes of TSM.
Наконец-то пошли ноки, пошли файты. РЖ отлетели 19.
Is going to have to move. NRG eliminated off screen. They're not able to really commit to anything just yet, as God are going to be pushing up, but just holding out these teams that rotated late.
Holding them out, looking for a game plan. Rambo looking to hit some shots. They jump in the comms with the guard.
Как же у него сосет. А тиммейты где? Тиммейты подошли. Отлично. Одного доели, надо еще.
We didn't quite get the listening we were hoping for there, but we'll jump back in as the guards start to do so much damage. And you can see it's just influencing this fight, pinching E6 and Dark Zero together. Fun 1, 2, 3 will fall as well. And all of a sudden, after that slow burn, the action started to pick up here. Dark Zero eliminated an E6 and Case winning.
Свиньи решил запушить. Ну, 1 поинт, я так полагаю, подстрелили. Преснуть это вряд ли успевал. попал.
Anyone who wasn't in Cascade Falls in the first like 45 seconds are now having to make a desperate attempt, a desperate risky skyward dive, and you pray and you hope that no one's going to notice you, but boy, you've got to expect some action when you land.
Might be a couple of mid-air collisions as well. You saw just multiple skyward dives coming in at the same time.
По ногам насылать могут.
Looks at him on the Ferris wheel, or the water wheel. It's certainly not a fun place to be. Pulverex still alive. Look at that kill feed as well. North Epsilon lost a couple of players. Kishira is going to go down.
Люминосити успели отхилиться, никого не нокнули. Нарсы тем временем откисают, от Кашер, Эксетов. Там все скинулись на ротейте, пацанов поймали. Отжимают первый этаж. Ну и зона у них. Интересно, каков шанс, что можно стоять на колесе сверху? Мне кажется, шансы прям очень велики. Маркет вряд ли крыша будет играться, потому что дом не даст, который в зоне находится. А стенды минус. Стенды одного. Эксета одного потеряли. Сайкс, видимо, запушил. Как-то близко к ним находится. Форса также пока. Интересно, где Свини нашел еще? А их будут убивать? Ой, дел. Они пушат. И он ног. Размен. Их спину убивают. Гвардов убили, я не верю. Охренеть. Двое на одном КП остаются. Это же не Слэдс, по-моему, это же Свини показывают. Гварды в небольшом тильте, наверное. А, ну вот, альянсы и заняли, кстати.
It's such a good spot for Alliance because it's such a tough angle to try and shoot up from when there's this many teams. Your only worry really is maybe a bank ult as 100 thieves go down in 10th. 9 squads remaining, round 5 is closing, and there isn't...
Мне вот интересно, после того, как Альянс выиграет на колесе, они понерфят эту локу или нет? Чтобы там стоять не могли. Зона есть? Есть. Отличные звуки. Прям то, что на экране. Он лифт заюзал, чтобы обратно вернуться. Охренеть. Слэйр пофайтил, заинтил файт и ушел. Его сейчас крыльями резнули. Конечно, очень рискованно, но грамотно. 8 киллов уже в элемент. Кто, блядь, стреляет? Да, это звуки хреновые.
Well, you can hear from E6, they're all sorts of hyped here. They say they're going to win this game. Let's see if they can do it. 2 shots still left in the Kraber here for Swinny.
So much confidence, I love. You can get aggressive
9 киллов.
and then suddenly he flew right back over.
А зона идет, куда ты сел?
You got the crypto EMP if you need it, and you are going to need it with this many teams in such a close proximity. In the meantime,
Кан, дай. Какой лут, алло? Я не верю, ты что делаешь? Это чисто вот дефолтные тиммейты, которые решили полутаться. Знакомая ситуация? Ну, одного потеряли. Даешь, даешь. Отлично. Альянсы будут мешать. Лопнул. Хорош. Ну, максимум выжил. Обосрались, но и выжил максимум. Красиво. Альянсы должны выиграть. Там охранник уже напрягся. Куда полез молодой? Не, молодцы, первое место, но я не знаю, чему так радоваться, если там прям чего-то нереального не было, как у свиньи, например. Просто годспот заняли, все, попади.
A game that was such a slow burner, but boy, was it a fast ending.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love the fact we caught just an insane run from K-Swinny as well for E6. Anyone who was in front of him just got annihilated. But speaking of annihilation, the final moments, Alliance, they come out on top.
Это все уже, блин, на фулл релаксе.
Such a power play to take on top of the wheel, by the way, especially that late on, because no one is going to have the time to look at you or even get the angle to look at you, and then it was just about biding your time and waiting for your moment.
Absolutely insane, absolutely brilliant from pretty much every single team in our lobby to give us that game.
Да, пятый раунд считают здесь, а тут не грузит ни хрена.
But before we get there and we take you back into the dropship, it's time to send it over to the desk to break it all down.
Onset and Gaskin, I don't know how y'all didn't even lose your minds even more than you did. I mean, it was.
Ждем таблицу на стриме тогда.
Are we entertained? What a game number 5. K-Swinny playing out of his absolute mind with a melee to clutch up the KP onto, I believe it was ESA, but in the end, Alliance comes out on top. Rainday, talking about what we just saw right there.
Oh, man, and you just felt for Element 6, having that run that says, we are here in this tournament, letting people know what they mean, and that is business. However, with the Baiwan Blade finish, I just had to say, that was one of the coldest melees we've ever seen, and it ended up being actually that Alliance was waiting patiently, and another opportunity for them to say, hey, we are here too. I think right now our top 10, John, is representative of who I think is going to go on for the rest of the day and sit in finals.
And it's the best thing ever as an Apex fan, especially as a caster and a guest analyst here. It is a Game 6 where you had the 14th place team Alliance burst into the top 10 on the bubble. Some of the favorites here, obviously Mandy from TSM substituting for Alliance. They're going to be on the fringe. So many other teams as well. But I'd love to break down that late game a little bit further. I don't know if we'll have the final circle replay. But Monsoon, talk about the kind of macro element there. What happened?
Oh man, what a beautiful end game of Apex Legends we just witnessed. I think that was the most populated end game of the series so far. Absolutely insane. And when we talk about the best of the best here, I think some of these players prefer to be in the chaos, you know? And that's where it illuminates the mechanical skill and the micro of these players. We see Swinny hitting it. Now, he has...
У него лайфхак, у него точка посередине показывает, куда стрелять. У него еще милишка присосалась.
And look at his reaction as soon as he dies right there. He knows he just popped off. And really at this point, you're right, Alliance was ready. They're on high ground. They have all ready Evo shields. They're in a 3 versus 2. They take their numbers and they clean things up. But really, it was K-Swinny making the play of the tournament right there. The blind fire with the Kraber into the punch to finish. That's as dramatic as it gets. I know it's pro players. You guys have some mixed feedback on the Kraber, or maybe just feedback on the Kraber. But look at this reaction from Mandy after Alliance pops off. Playing in the crowd here. The crowd goes wild for Mandy Glitter.
I was hoping we talked about
Ни хрена себе, там прям злой такой был.
standing up with all of that hype. I mean, that's got to feel good after the performance. And as we take a look at the results, 8 kills. We actually have lots of top-heavy kills right now for all of our top squads. We were asking for better performance out of Luminosity. Now we get that as well. Xed jumping back. And then, I mean, E6.
Yeah, just a beautiful performance. And honestly, I'm surprised. I want to know how tall, how big Mandy's vert is, because he got up all the way onto that desk to celebrate with one leg. But this is maybe half the story, John. The other half is a team.
16, 16, 16. Сколько элементы? 1 скиллов.
Now on this map has really kind of lost a little bit of that steam. And that, to me, has always been the worry for them. And I don't know, Glitter, you seem like, is this something that they're going to get over?
Well, that's what we had talked about literally towards the end of World's Edge. I had said
Ждем таблицу.
they're getting all of these high kill games in now.
You're right.
They thrive on this map. It's going to work for them, but when
так она, наверное,
fall off, and that's exactly what's happening. So that extra cushion that they achieved in
43.
is going to help
Нет,
some of these other big
это неверно. Кривая таблица 44.
I can't wait to see these overall series results, but really the biggest story here, obviously NRG and a lot of our North American teams, but ultimately, in my eyes, Europe. A lot of discussion around the European teams. Let's see where they currently fall. It's our series results, the guard on top.
Какие 44? Они 2 килла дали. И топ-11. Гварды. Минимум. Ну ладно. Гварды на первом остаются. Так, Альянсы выбрались на 4-е. Элементы на 6-е. Им особо париться не стоит. Вот Асцендом надо напрячься Люминосити, Дарк Зиро. Тут в спину дышит как бы много кто. Фаны могут выйти, Пульверекс. Есть, ну, 16-е эти уже все. Фанатик. Не, Фанатик, кстати, если топ-1 займут. Топ-1 они займут, тогда пройдут. Но у них что-то вообще не прет.
Pretty much definitely going into
Почините сайт,
is Northeption. I'm pretty sure that's the only squad. Everyone else, even
I was like, wait, to the final? What are you talking about?
One more game. I don't think they have enough, even if they do a big game. But J-Lings, 12 points, a 25 bomb, that puts them 37. They would basically only be in 4th place by now. So it is possible, and all of these teams we know have the firepower. So I would not look away from the screens for Game 6.
Yeah, and last
Так, ластовая игра.
What's the mentality like for a team that's right on the fringe, or the team at the bottom of the leaderboards, even more importantly, like a J-Lings with 14?
Yeah, I mean, you have two options. You can give up or you can
77 тысяч смотрят.
lock it in. Every game is different. Every game is new, right? I know this personally the best too. So
Интересно, сколько на гранд-финале
you know,
будет.
these teams can come out with a 30-point win, and any of these teams can do it too. They're all good enough. So this game 6 is going to be heated because it's do or die.
My man's dropping inspiration.
I know.
He's dropping bars.
Coach
He rhymed. A little Dr. Seuss going on. Monsoon on the desk, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying this one at home. And of course, here live from Copper Box Arena, game number 6 is loading in. And I believe we're just about ready. Let's go ahead and toss it. For the last time, our winners bracket finals. Who will clutch up with an opportunity to make it to the match point championship finals? Who will fall to the lower bracket? And to call the action, we got Onset and Gaskin. Take it away.
It's time to find out, everybody here in London. It is time to discover who are going to be our first 10 teams into that grand final. And I couldn't have said it better myself. I think Mons just summed it up. You can either give up or you can give it your all. And let's kind of like put that into perspective here, Dan, because it is still a case with the cutoff where it is at the moment that a win for anyone, you can make it to that final.
I'll be honest, everyone is going to give it their all. Even bracket waiting for the bottom 10, the chance to get into that grand final, have that advantage, that extra rest before tomorrow. You need to get it done now, and it could be anyone. Even Northeption, right? They are in 20th spot. They are on 5 points. They could have the biggest and best game of their lives and find themselves in the grand final. I mean, you could judge whether you think that's possible or not, but right now, from what I've seen, every one of these teams could show up in match number 6.
Let's talk you through how we stand at the moment. The top 10 as it stands. The Guard, NRG, Esports Arena, E6 up into 4th place after that previous game. Alliance, Exet, TSM, Dark Zero, Space Station, and Luminosity. As it stands, they will be the teams, Dan, that will go through to that grand final.
But Space Station, Luminosity, they're both on 27, as well as Ascend, who are in 11th. Fun are only 1 point behind. As our Exo Clan, it is as tight as you could ask for on that bubble around 10th place. We're going southwest with this zone this time, and that means the likes of Fun, the likes of ESA, they're going to be in a good spot. The likes of Ascend in a fantastic position to rotate early.
Ascend, like you mentioned, be going to miss out if they do, in the way that they kind of find themselves on a tiebreaker at the moment. We'll have to, of course, ask League Ops to do the maths, because I never want to put myself out on a limb to say what the rules are, but Ascend, if they have a decent game here, the zone is going to give them an opportunity to. They can solidify their position, but this man on your screen, boy, did he enjoy that last game.
I mean, I thought he ended up on his chair, but he was on his desk. That man was able to jump from floor to desk, and already he knows.
Хайп машина. Видел, завтра трейлер будет. Послезавтра, может.
There were times, right, where in the elimination bracket earlier, teams thought after a victory it would have been enough, but it was not. So you do just have to make sure you go over the finish line, make sure match number 6 is good enough.
Mandy's playing Pathfinder.
I did just look at that, yeah.
Mandy's playing Pathfinder, everyone. Can we get some love here in London for Pathfinder? Buff Pathfinder, right? Am I right? Thank you. I knew I was right.
That would suggest that maybe they're not taking it so seriously.
True.
But I am excited to see just what can happen over on that Alliance side. But after the victory, it seems like confidence oozing through their veins. But you can see that E6, the team that popped off in that final circle, you heard it in their comms, you saw it from their gameplay as well, how influential that Kraber can be in the right hands in the right moment. But they've got beacon information, so they are just plotting at the moment, and it seems like they're pretty happy in this building.
Barometer is where a few teams are making their way down to at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me to see a finish maybe just on the little island outside, just to the northeast. And actually, take that away. We've seen a little bit of beacon information that would completely dispel my... Oh, actually, wait a minute. Maybe it will actually still end there. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, Dan.
Yeah, it is going to be down towards the antenna area, but we know it doesn't finish on antenna. So we could be slightly north of Shipfall. We could be slightly east of Barometer, as you were mentioning. There are a few areas now where you're going to have to try and play, and these are the difficult circles for a lot of these teams. Because there is so much area where it's not going to finish, you then need to think about fights. Speaking of fights, there could be one between NRG and Dark Zero here.
Tough zone to predict. I certainly didn't bring my pickaxe to find out, and NRG, well, they're going to look to get aggressive here. The Searolf's going to be destroyed. That's massive. The exhibit is now down, which means those wall hacks will not be available to give the information on the team inside. And Nathan, I mean, he said he crossed 1,000. He's on his way to maybe crossing another landmark with the way that he's been playing this tournament.
No, imagine, and remember, Dark Zero are only 1 point above 10th place at the moment. If they were to go down here, it could be them going into the elimination bracket.
Oh my goodness!
NRG full send.
Oh my goodness! Dark Zero, like you say, Dan, eliminated by NRG. They are in 8th place at the moment. 10th place is just 27 points in comparison to Dark Zero's 28th.
I'm going to be honest, that's probably Dark Zero in the elimination bracket. It would only be 2 teams needing a couple of points, and it's going to be very easy for them to do so. All you need to do is be getting into top 15 and onward. It's sad times for Dark Zero, but there is still an elimination bracket on the horizon, so I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet.
Nathan's having a good time.
As he should be. He's a man who holds a record now.
NRG then, winning that team fight early on is going to be good for the vibes and certainly good for their position as they move now to the top of the leaderboard here in this winners bracket. They're on 44 points, joint with the guard. We'll keep you updated on how those standings are going to progress and move as we move our way through this final game here on Storm Point. But you can see on the map overhead where everybody is at the moment. Northern teams take a little bit longer to loot here. TSM, one of those teams over at Checkpoint at the moment, hitting that beacon, making sure they get a little bit extra info.
And you can see on the northwest side, NRG and J-Links may collide on their rotation. And in fact, NRG might be purposely going that way to try and catch a few teams, because NRG are in such a good position right now. They are in a spot where they can just ruin everyone else's game. They can maybe eliminate some of the competition a little bit earlier.
And in comparison, J-Links need to win this fight. It's as simple as that. They're down in 19th place, 12 points. Still very possible for them to qualify with a win here in this game, number 6. But with NRG on the hunt and with Nathan shooting as well as he has been, this is going to be a tough, tough fight for them to take.
NRG have nothing to lose in this fight whatsoever, so it means they can play it very aggressively if they choose to.
J-Link's on the back foot. Nathan doing so much damage, though. You can see in the kill feed as well. The guard are getting involved, and for J-Links, this is bad news. However, a little shield crack's going to come in. But down to just 2 players, you would expect NRG to take advantage here.
But we've seen Zayn do some disgusting things so far this tournament. It is not all doom and gloom just yet. J-Links have to reposition. Got to use what you've got available to you as well. Flatline and Vault for Zayn. can manage to maybe take some high ground here if he chooses to, but it could be the decision made just to get out of dodge here. J-Links may choose just to try and escape.
We saw the 1v3 yesterday against Passion, but a 1v3 versus NRG, much tougher to do. A little bit of MK movement there, a little bit more difficult to hit those players than the ones that are standing still.
Well, the reason why J-Links were not full sent on by NRG, you can see it on the right-hand side, XZ started to get involved. It's another team who are somewhat comfortable, but maybe not comfortable in this fight.
And it's J-Links. It is Zane. You said never count out Zane, and that's exactly why. And now, who else is coming in to have a little bit of a look? It's going to be TSM who joined this fight. 4 teams in the vicinity now, just outside of the middle, and all of them scrapping.
And all of them, except J-Links, are in the top 7. They are all teams who should be going through to that grand final unless they were to, you know, miraculously throw things away and other teams get above them.
Well, that's going to be another member there from J-Links eliminated. But this fight that's breaking out, like you mentioned, teams who have got such good positions in the leaderboards, if they drop, that's great for everyone else, right? But it looks like NRG are going to wipe J-Links eventually. Sweet takes over as kill leader. He has 3 to his name. And with these teams like XZ and TSM still close, they have to be careful, but they should have time to reset.
So it's the elimination bracket for J-Links. The Cinderella story will have to continue later on today, and it will not be a grand final for them just yet, but still time to do so. And as you mentioned, all those teams on that west side, there is a big old rotation they have to make. And I think when you see this circle, you really need to look at where you're going to pick up the points. And a lot of these squads said, look, we hear noise, we hear fights happening, let's try and maybe get some KP.
Well, TSM decide they want to get out of here, and it's not too surprising to see them do that. It's a little bit of a too high a risk situation, even though they're trying to play the edge of zone at the moment. With this tough move they have to make right down to the southwest of the map. Always a good fight and a smart fight. There's a difference between that and a bad fight. And TSM, one of the best teams in the world, are recognizing exactly that. So Hal tells the troops, today is not our day to fight. We're going to live to fight another day. I said fight about 30 times in that sentence, Dan. You think I'll be better at this, though?
Why are you looking at me that way when you say the word fight is what's actually terrifying? But remember, there is a lot to still play for these teams that are in the kind of top 5 at the moment. There are points you can accumulate going into that grand final. I'll come back to that point later because Oktana is trying to escape NRG here.
NRG are chasing him down as well. Valcolt's going to be used instead. I wonder if they're going to go after him or if they're going to maybe look to go towards zone. It looks like they might be on their way after him as we move over to a little bit of action that's happening here in Barometer. Fights taking place. Looks like North Epsom want to yeet out of there, and yeet they will as Moist Esports take the high ground. SSG deep in zone at the moment. Trying to make a little bit of a move themselves, and it looks like everybody
Финал
is trying to
завтра.
touch the clouds.
So as I mentioned, if you win this winners bracket, it means you go into the grand final with 10 points.
Сегодня еще 2 сетки.
If you come 10th, you get 1 point and you can fill the rest.
Потом еще сетка лузеров и еще одна сетка финальная игра.
When we look at tomorrow's grand final. So the likes of NRG, Guard, Esports Arena, all still fighting for first place.
Perfectly timed medkit there, by the way, from Frex. I wasn't worried for him.
You were concerned?
I was definitely concerned. But he managed to time it absolutely perfectly. And hey, it's always a nice thing to find when you're on top of
Или
a
стоп.
structure as a trident waiting to be boosted
Лузера
up.
только.
I know it's game number 6. I know it's a chance
А,
to
не,
go to the final.
только лузера
But if that's
остаются.
me, then I'm hitting that thing and I'm taking it off the ramp.
Sometimes you just have to fight your urges.
Я думал еще лузера, потом еще кто в лузерах прошел, десятка, играют с винерами вот этими, и на финал им начисляются поинты. Ну да. Тут начисляются. Ладно. На Battlefly просто 4 группы показаны. Но сейчас вообще ничего не показывает.
Unlike the commentator who's calling the action right now, SSG now trying to just see what their next move is going to be. They are going to be safe for the next minute or so. You can see the zone closing behind them. A lot of information being picked up here by Dropped as well. He knows these buildings are occupied. He knows it's very,
Другой часовой круг.
as he gets a little bit of an indication of where these teams are, maybe what shielding they're going to have. As we move our attention back over towards Barometer, Esports Arena and TSM starting to rub shoulders.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite the same as the previous game. We're not going to have 15 squads left in our.
Так погоди, там же все равно вечером. Какая разница, какой часовой?
Naturally, the circle's going to force these fights. TSM and ESA may fight here, may have to fight here, depending on their rotation. It's just whether
Или откуда ты?
gets aggressive and maybe enough damage could cause the aggression.
Yeah, really tough rotate here for TSM as well. And now ESA having got the damage done, they send in the black hole and so much damage being done to Verhols.
Ну много.
ESA
Хотел упасть.
TSM were forced to try and rotate, and that's not going to happen too easily. ESA, oh, it's getting a little bit messy for everyone right now. Somehow TSM.
Дуэль Хорайзенов. Давай с одного лифта на другой.
ESA had everything. He missed a couple of jumps, and it's allowed TSM to get back into things. Now the shield's there, and Esports Arena, maybe they could be on the back foot.
We have to wonder, you're making a little bit of a mess of this. The shields have now been swapped. They've been able to heal up here. It's a 2v2 on the edge of Barometer. Verhols got that all-important knock in such a horrid situation.
Никто в спину не заходит.
Like TSM are going to be able to hit the res as well.
It's a risky res, but it works. And now the suppressing fire comes through. ESA are down to 1. TSM still have 2.
А что тиммейт делает? Тут двое красных.
And I tell you what, maybe Reps is feeling a little bit devious, turning this horrible situation for TSM into an advantageous one. Phonyhead looking to cancel the heals, maybe looking to cancel the res as well. The Arcstar's going to go down. He goes in with the L-Star, takes so much damage. There's an Arcstar on the floor as well, and TSM will not die.
TSM had no right to
Отомстили, кстати, за позапрошлый раунд.
They missed their drop down onto the bridge. They did not get the free shots when they were available. TSM will live on. But is there more trouble? More trouble is on the horizon.
Reps, the Devo, does enough to hold off the push. Northeption, they're eliminated as well. And it's NRG. We've seen Hal versus Sweet in the content, but are we going to see it on the battlefield? Sweet will come out on top, and Nathan is smiling.
Да, осуждаю.
And let me tell you, that isn't a touch of the knees. That's bullets in the death box.
I mean, NRG are going to be in the grand final. TSM are most likely going to be in the grand final. This is not the end of the battle of NRG versus TSM, but certainly
Переключили Токсика на другого игрока. Не?
Massive play coming in from NRG, just waiting for their opportunity to pounce. TSM did so well to win that situation against ESA, but just didn't have the time to reset. NRG just so
Кому всем? Если бы было всем, тогда бы 0 был бы.
When they did not have those heals popped. So NRG will be the kings of Barometer for now, but Exet, even though they lost 2 players, Dan, Nocturnal still kind of.
Чему вообще этот об этом писать?
Just trying to scrape their way into this next circle and get a placement point or 2. Remember, 15 squads remaining, so everyone has been able to get 1 placement point. If you get it to the top 10, suddenly it becomes 2. I think you all know that by now, but Space Station, they're in a good spot. The circle is going to be moving down south, so I think SSG will be okay. They have moved away from Shipfall. They've been able to find an area to hold, and it is just going to be alongside this fence. But there is 4 teams in front of them, make it 5 in this building.
Слышал ли ты про баф Рейф к сезоне? Да, Дэн, вроде каждый раз на стриме вижу тебя на ютубе. Но как ты видосы пропускаешь?
So this is a straight isolated 3v3 about to break out between NRG. Such a tough rotate up this hill. Let's see how NRG are going to play this. Let's hear the comms now coming from the mouth of Sweet.
I can see on top of them. I'm swinging left. Yes, get it down now. We're killing right side running. What's it piston? What's it dead? Nice, I'm swinging bottom left. They're going to be above the team. I'm getting above them. I'm getting above them.
Сидит под столом, теребит.
You guys kill the other kid. All right, I'm coming. I'm coming. Another guy on me. Another guy on me. Maybe ratting. It is the rat deck set. Kill him. Kill him. I'm holding up top. Done. We gotta kill.
Это забрали последнего. Что со звуком? Они сами мьютят или это реально траблы? Хорош. Еще 2 забрал. 9 киллов. Жирно.
We need to look down the antenna. No, negative on that. No. We need to solidify our macro to go down to this fence line. Okay, I'm looking down. Someone is he's getting charge rifled on there. This is a route to Loba team. There's a guy up top here. That's going to be Alliance right there, I'm pretty sure. Back up. We do not want to fight for that. Our entry point is the other side of the zone. We do not care. Well, we don't want to get wrapped on, right? No, but we'll just play distance.
Well, I mean, Sweet's getting hyped, NRG are getting hyped, but somebody get a bar of soap to wash that man's mouth out.
Yeah, but he's completely right. They've destroyed all the teams around them. They really want those 10 points going into that grand final. Moist Esports, though, still fighting for their lives. Two of them still up.
Как же нокнутый дрожь, что?
In one of the primary positions. Look at where that circle's going. They've got beacon information. Karambo, trying to
Ошибочка.
Just about manages to escape. The nerves certainly having an impact. The doors are popping left and right and center. The down player trying to make this such a problem. Looking at the kill feed as well. Pulverex losing a few players. Fnatic holding strong. And Fnatic, they need this almost more than anyone down.
Fnatic need points. They're in 16th right now. They're on 21. They need at least 7
Фнатикам надо выигрывать. Ну 4 килла уже сделали, кстати. Куда? Куда? Если это смока. А тачку убили.
He knows that there's going to be a flank coming in. They managed to get UCAP back onto his feet. That's really, really important for them to do. But no! The cancel comes in!
Я не верю.
It's a huge denial because now it means that Fnatic are going to have to walk
Но
on
книжка
their
есть у
own
него.
feet as NRG are
Дубль 2 сейчас будет.
continuing on their warpath. You heard that they are just destroying everything.
Тем временем Энерджи пушат. Но пока что у Энерджи хорошо все. Пока не стали помогать с другого стороны. А Лень? Хрена не видно. Но выживает, решает занять все-таки крышу. В окно наступать могут аккуратно. Вот засмочил, чтобы не наступали. 12 киллов у Энерджи. Очень много. Колет занять крышу. Да не опасно ли так стоять? Полкарты еще живы. В опане по-любому есть кто-то.
Sweet can do damage, he can just ruin everyone else's day. They've already been able to do it. Alliance in the kill feed, as are Ascend, as Fnatic and E6 lose players.
Все-таки решили запушить. Спину, спину, спину. Это так забавно было, как он медленно поворачивался назад, чтобы пострелять в него.
I mean, Gildersons is walking and destroying at the moment. He's just walking at people and saying, how dare you fire your gun at me? I am going to eliminate you in a fraction of a second if you dare to do such a silly thing. NRG able to reset on the edge of zone now. But what's the next play for them? Medkit's going to be popped. I mean, look at the kills across the board here from NRG. They are destroying the lobby.
You've also got to remember elsewhere, there's still people fighting for top 10. At the moment, it's Ascend and Luminosity going through. Exo Clan, Dark Zero, they were the ones that were on that bubble that, of course, will not make it. And that means the likes of Alliance, maybe they can be the party poopers as well. It's Mandy on the Pathfinder, and he swings away!
Белый ХП захилить. И потом на красный свапать. Успел? Не видно. Вроде успел. Не, не успел. Да что они кричат? Он стикает в нокщит.
I thought it was going to be maybe one of the teams in the lower half that would have the pop-off game, but it's all the boys on top saying that, never mind. NRG wiped out Alliance, the team in the ascendancy.
Oh, Yuki. The wingman is hitting hard. NRG's fun is over, and maybe it is up to Alliance to go back-to-back here. Mandy going for the stick through the smoke. The wingman, a little bit of a whiff, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are there to help out.
Well, both Fun and Moist are still alive. They're the teams that are trying to get into the top 10. Alliance are being pushed. Luminosity eliminated. Can Hackers fight it off? Can he stay alive? Hackers, how are you?
И по ХП. Ай-яй-яй. Чуть-чуть. Не, ну у Асцендов еще один тиммейт был. Не, они бы все равно проиграли. Отжимает дом. Хорош. И куда зона пойдет? Зона к их дому. Такая халява. Или стоп? Не-не-не-не. Зона туда, где два склада.
that everyone else in the lobby fights. If they do,
У них плюс-минус близко, они от забора играть могут.
top 10, I'm not quite sure on the math, but it's going to be so close.
E6 will be through. Ascend will be through. Space Station will be through. It is going to be down to Fun. It's going to be down to Moist. However, if they were to come first and second, things get interesting then. Anyway, let's see what action happens. Moist are struggling. Moist are getting pushed.
Pricey gets the armor swap, though. They did have some armor swaps down, and now he's going to re-engage. Has to back up, though. After breaking that shield, E6 are out. Moist hold strong.
Oh, this is bad for Space Station. This is very, very bad for Space Station. I thought they'd be safe, but now Moist are into the top 3. Moist have tied with SSG on points, and all they need is one more kill to send SSG down into the elimination bracket.
Absolutely ridiculous end to the winners bracket. Group of games today. Ascend, I mean, you would imagine are in a great position to maybe win this game. They've got all 3 up, but you have to wonder, are Fun going to have an influence on this? Ascend now make their move. They know the Moist are a duo, but it's almost more
Зачем фаны упали?
amount of work that they've done.
Moist need 1 kill. That's all they need, but here comes the push. They get 1.
Карен нокнет.
It's actually, excuse me, Ascend who managed to pick up the kill. Moist now move out.
This is good.
Ascend have sent it onto Fun 1, 2, 3, and now maybe the door is open here. Pricey's going to try and escape. Maybe he's going to play for the end game whilst he goes up on the high ground, and there's a chance here for Moist.
Play placement if you want Moist as well. 1 place placement, 1 goes for kills. It's a great strategy. No, it's not the kill for them. They don't get the guarantee.
О, хотя бы нейды внутрь накидать.
Ascend down to 1, post kill. Kishera, excuse me, and send back up to a full 3. Pricey's going to have to move. And it all falls onto the shoulders now of Waltzy.
Бля, они ща его пушить будут. Фан выживет, не? Не, не выжил. Не выжил. Ну им хватало, даже если бы не топ-1. А вот этим ребятам, кстати... Я хочу сравнить, как изменится таблица.
Into the elimination bracket.
The final battles of the final game of the winners bracket sees Moist Esports and Fun 123 push Space Station down to the elimination bracket. An absolutely insane, crazy end. And an emotional one as well, as you can see on the stage right now. But Ascend, congratulations. A massive win to close things out. Lufka, you should be happy, my friend, that you closed that one out. We love you, buddy. We'll send it down to the desk to break down what was an insane series.
My what? Ascend, ladies and gentlemen. Your EMEA monsters have won championships in the past, and Kishera is playing for more than himself. He's playing for his family, including his parents in the venue, his father who's gone through so much, and his brothers alongside him. Lufka in his debut, the Polish sensation controller player, joins this team, replaces VJ, who was instrumental to their initial success and finds success.
That endgame was absolutely crazy. We saw 2 of the teams on the bubble. Fun secured their top 10 spot, but Moist, it was critical for them to take that 2nd place and get those points to be able to leapfrog out. If they died in 3rd place there, they would have stayed 11th place. They would not have made it through.
You're spot on. Had to top off and give support to Ascend based on what we were seeing, the pop-off, the emotions, the tears from Lufka. But the biggest storyline here is undoubtedly Australia and Moist.
Moist Esports, welcome to Apex Legends and the Global Series. We're glad to have you. Team Burger previously, the best fans that we had in the venue. Now maybe Vexed Alliance, Ascend.
А раньше, по-моему, все получали бабло, не?
Doing them so proud. How much better is it to sleep knowing that you're in winners because you just got 1 kill in this game and didn't have to go through 6 other games to try to get back there.
Но если даже не все, хотя бы до 30.
Yeah, most important thing about that, well, we haven't been talking about it nearly enough, is match point format and what that does based on your placement. You start with a lead. You start with an advantage, an opportunity to take home part of that $1 million prize pool, the lion's share of it, and the top placement. But this game, in the early and mid-game glitter, was all NRG.
I mean, once
Раньше
again,
все 40
because they heard me say something, I don't know, said they might be a little bit weaker on
Реально?
the point. They slayed out in this match, only further solidifying their spot towards the top of that leaderboard. So by the time we got towards the end, we didn't even have to be concerned about NRG.
I mean, I'm completely sold on NRG. I think they have what it takes this tournament to win, and I want to see them do it.
First championship ever for Sweet and NRG. You think they can do it? Talk about the rest of what we saw here in this game.
Ну, если им как-то помогали с переездом, то окей. Если они бабло не теряют за то, что съехали, ну просто, грубо говоря, ни в плюс, ни в минус. Если они бабки проебали еще за переезд и на жилье, да забей.
Fnatic in 16th. They got taken out soon after, so will not make it through. But then Space Station Gaming in this fight against NRG dictated who will make it to the finals tomorrow. And guess what? SSG eliminated by NRG. They are in 11th behind Moist. Gildersons was a freak of nature in this fight. Turns, finds a second, immediately turns, finds two more. Insane performance with the Gold R301 in the Vault.
Incredible. I mean, he is on point today. Those shots were amazing, the way that they handled the chaos, the way that they juggled the teams. They did end up getting taken out, but overall just beautiful. Same with Alliance here, cleaning up the team, holding the angle.
Yeah, Alliance falls in 5th place with 5 or 6.
Блять, тут разницы никакой. 105? 100.
Yeah, I mean,
Ну тут, да, на 50. Тут 150, 160.
But they were instrumental in determining what happened with Moist and their situation, because it is fun that goes out in third, giving the point that Moist needed to keep them in the running. And this has to feel so good when you secure the clutch like this, Reyf.
What a moment from Waltzy, and I love the decision to split up him and Pricey on both sides.
Тоже 20-е 9-9. Тут много 9.
They've dealt with the player. They don't know where the other one is, and it allows them to drop in surprise fun. What a beautiful strategy there at the end of the game.
That's right. And in the end,
А сколько мы... 4500, это что-то до хрена, кстати.
Ascend in first place, 21 points for them. What will that do in the overall series standings, though? We'll find out in a bit. Moist in second, and we did confirm, I believe, in the in-game APIs, which is great, by the way, that that's all in-game. Updated. Real-time updates, and yeah, it's amazing. I'm sure it helps you.
Сделать просто так забанили Лаки. Лакер, это ты со Смурфа написал?
Falls to 11th, but other storylines here, Fun 1-2-3, former AD Raccoon, they qualify as well.
They did. They were 9th place going into that, so they couldn't. But like I said, it was crucial for Moist going into the end game as in a 2v2v2 that Waltzy wins that 1v1 on the balcony to put him forward.
Massive. Let's take a look at page number 2. The teams that maybe did not make it. Now, one of them's Pulverex. They were close, 13th or 12th. They needed a big game. They didn't get it. Jailings as well.
Ага,
Zero, the
понял.
biggest question mark. Did they have enough points from their one?
Просто общаюсь с человеком, у которого 2 аккаунта в бане уже. Якобы за читы. А может и не якобы. Кто знает, чем там Лакер промышляет. Что он тут смотрит? Лучшие пары? Наконец-то. Так, а тут обновили. Кто у нас в финале? О, МСТ. Сколько поинтов? Нормально. Еще килл забрал. И 2. Это было бы, наверное, 29, если бы он занял 3-е место. А, тут еще не посчитали киллы, я понял вас. Но ему надо было, кстати, фанов убивать. Гляньте как. 20-е. 20-е. Челы, которые, если не ошибаюсь, 2 лана выиграли. В последнем матче. Да ладно, в последних 2. И почти в 3. Ладно. Не, это прям хреново. Прям очень хреново. У них 4 игры вообще никакущие. Почему здесь 11-0, если они пушили склад, их потом закрыли? А как они тут считают? $28. Фан проходит, мойс проходит. 2 поинта разница. Не. А тут они просто между собой бы делили. Типа не 9-е, а 10-е были. Просто на 1 поинт больше, чем у фанов будет в финале. qadRaT, eSports, Guard, Альянсы, Ascend 2-е, Energy 1-е. Energy прям хорошо шли сегодня. Сетка лузеров остается. Секунду. А, ну да, сетка лузеров. Вот они уже ждут. Алло.
Remember the days where I'd pass by an RE45, even sometimes in the crate,
and laugh.
I'm good, and laugh. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, you know what?
Battlefield
The last couple months, no way.
в одном
What's
месте.
interesting is when it goes back outside of crate, maybe onto floor loot, is it going to become a more popular everyday?
На Википедии до сих пор считают.
Well, I mean, they're definitely getting the practice on it now, so it definitely could be, but the disruptors and it being in the pack with the fire rate and the damage that it has definitely makes it as good as it is.
I'm excited for that moment. I think I will continue to pick up myself, especially on controller.
Что за обнова на PS4? У меня плойки нет, сорян. Наверное, такая же, как на ПК. Ничего толком не изменили, не поменяли. Бандиты. Что, мне надо валить? Сейчас остался до магаза. Не знаю, вряд ли я буду стримить этот. Сетку лузеров. Просто посмотрю у кого-нибудь на стриме. Спасибо большое, что были с нами. Спасибо, что смотрели. Поддерживали. Донатили, подписывались. Все вот это тудым-сюдым. Парам-пам-пам. Увидимся с вами либо завтра, либо сегодня, но после того, как сделаю покушать и посмотрим фильм, может быть. Буду отталкиваться от времени. Ой. Яне привет передавайте. Ну, а кто хочет посмотреть дальше Турик, ждите. Через час где-то, наверное, будет следующая группа. У Кирюхи. Блин, у меня не включено было. Ну, в общем, там Кирюха, Ранчес, Врубыч, Саня, Макс Рейф, Арима, не, она не стримит, Клифф, Виндетка, Маус, не, он тоже играет, Кэрри Рубик тоже играет. В общем, найдете у кого посмотреть турнир, кто есть. Я рейд кидаю Яне, ей привет передавайте. Заодно можете, кстати, у него погостить, пока там перерыв идет. Все равно делать нечего. Вот. Насладитесь ранкедом. Обнял, приподнял и до вечера, либо уже до завтра.